The Subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change and the Subcommittee on Energy will now come to order. Today, the subcommittees are holding a hearing entitled Securing America's Future, Supply Chain Solutions for a Clean Energy Economy. Due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, members can participate in today's hearing either in person or remotely via online video conferencing. Members, staff, and members of the press present in the hearing room must wear a mask in accordance with the updated guidance issued by the attending physician. For members participating remotely, your microphones will be set on mute for the purpose of eliminating inadvertent background noise. Members participating remotely will need to unmute your microphone each time you choose to speak. Please note that once you unmute your microphone, anything that is said in Webex will be heard over the loudspeakers in the committee room and subject to be heard by the live stream and C-SPAN. Since members are participating from different locations at today's hearing, all recognition of members, such as for questions, will be in the order of full committee seniority. Documents for the record can be sent to Rebecca Tomelchik at the email address where we have provided to staff. All documents will be entered into the record at the conclusion of the hearing. Before we get started, I want to recognize that Friday was the last day for the committee's long-serving Chief Environmental Counsel, Jacqueline Cohen. Jackie is a tremendous public servant and was instrumental to the development and enactment of numerous historic environmental laws, including TSCA reform, which I remember well, and reauthorization of the Drinking Water SRF. And hopefully the Build Back Better Act will soon be added to that list. I want to express my gratitude for her years of service and wish Jackie and her family the best. We wish you well, and we're going to truly miss you, Jackie, so Godspeed. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. The Biden administration and Democratic members of this committee have proposed ambitious climate targets, at least 50% economy-wide greenhouse gas emissions reductions from 2005 levels by the year 2030. At least half of new vehicle sales are electric by 2030, and a carbon-free electricity system by 2035, as well as the policies that will ensure these targets are met. Achieving these goals will require serious commitment and immediate action. It will also require building an immense amount of new infrastructure and manufacturing capacity. Production of clean energy technologies, including wind turbines, solar panels, batteries, advanced vehicles, charging equipment, and electric appliances will need to be ramped up significantly. And we will need low-emissions construction materials, like that of steel and cement, to support clean energy deployment. The sustainable economy of the future will definitely need to be built and manufactured. The question that remains to be seen is whether it will be manufactured by Americans. In recent years, we have heard bipartisan concerns about our increasing reliance on China and other foreign competitors for clean energy technologies. This is especially true of certain critical minerals. Today, some foreign sources of lithium, cobalt, and nickel involve environmentally harmful practices and unsafe and unethical labor practices and conditions. In order for the United States to fully seize the opportunities of the clean energy economy, we need to develop our own resilient supply chains. This may include domestic sources of critical minerals, as well as processing, manufacturing, and recycling capabilities. Ambitious climate action requires nothing less than fundamental changes to our economy and our energy system. Any change on this scale will have its challenges. I acknowledge that. These challenges, including the need to develop domestic supply chains, are not reasons not to act, but rather reasons to discuss how to best overcome these issues in a way that benefits America's workers and her entrepreneurs. Members of Congress have two options: use this as an excuse to oppose our domestic energy transition and guarantee that our foreign competitors dominate the global economy of the future, or we can do something about it. We can support federal policies that will enable American workers to benefit from the transition, ensuring that we are researching, developing, and deploying the next generation of clean energy technologies right here in the United States, and exporting them around the world. This effort is already underway in Congress. Last year, I worked with Congressman Curtis on a Science Committee bill to authorize a battery and critical mineral recycling research program at DOE, which was enacted in the Energy Act of 2020. These R&D efforts can make batteries more recyclable, and future breakthroughs could support development of alternative materials and chemistries that are less reliant on critical minerals. And yesterday, President Biden signed the bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act into law. This bill included billions of dollars to support the development of domestic clean energy supply chains, particularly for battery manufacturing. And similarly, the Build Back Better Act, if enacted, would refresh the 48C tax credit for investment in clean energy manufacturing facilities. Our committee's title of Build Back Better includes billions of dollars for DOE grant and loan programs that will support manufacturing of zero-emission vehicles, charging equipment, and other innovative technologies and their components, as well as financial assistance to decarbonize energy-intensive manufacturing. These investments will help revitalize American manufacturing, making us less dependent on foreign nations with inadequate worker and environmental protections. But this alone will not be sufficient. We must also enhance the recycling and reuse of critical minerals and these clean energy systems. In Europe, more than 60% of the lithium in the economy is recovered through recycling. Today, only 5% of lithium-ion batteries are recycled in the United States. For comparison, the U.S. recycles 97% of traditional lead-acid batteries. Recycling policies and investments, as those proposed in the Clean Future Act, would reduce our reliance on foreign nations' resource extraction, growing our own supply of these minerals while creating American jobs. As we will hear today from Dr. Switzer, there is a strong business case for this work. We know trillions of dollars will be invested in clean energy in the years ahead, and supporting every stage of clean energy technology development will indeed be necessary to position the United States to be the leader of the global clean energy economy. By understanding the future needs and challenges of this transition, Congress can develop federal policies that will enable us to rebuild resilient domestic clean energy technology, supply chains, and support millions of American manufacturing jobs. I look forward to our witnesses' testimony, and I do hope this might be an area where we can work together to support emerging American industries while reducing our reliance on foreign materials and products. With that, I now recognize the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change, Representative David McKinley, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here in the United States, inflation is at a 30-year high, and energy prices are at the highest they've been in 7 years. At the same time, Europe and countries like China are experiencing blackouts and energy rationing. They simply don't have enough capacity to meet the needs, the demands. According to the IEA, the International Energy Agency, global energy demand is expected still to increase 5% this year, 4% next year, and thereafter. Unfortunately, in this rush to meet our dependence, to lessen our dependence on reliable fossil fuels and nuclear, in the near term, renewables simply can't keep up with the demand. So let's take a step back. Rather than this rush to 100% renewable energy by 2030 or 2035, wouldn't it make more sense for the United States to invest in carbon capture and use fossil fuels as a bridge over the next several decades until we can build out our renewables? According to Nettle, the U.S. is on the brink of capturing carbon in a cost-effective manner. And in so doing, fossil fuels will have zero emissions, just like wind, solar, nuclear. And the U.S., in the meantime, can be developing a long-term strategy for developing our critical minerals and acquiring them, developing a long-term solution on our supply chain. So, but put this in perspective. The World Bank Group and the Center for Strategic International Studies estimate the demand for mineral production, critical minerals, could increase by 500 to 1,000% by the year 2050. Where are we going to get these materials? Even the administration's own environmental justice report has said that published earlier this year said no additional mining. But the United States is entirely too dependent on China and other nations for the minerals needed for renewables. For example, according to the NMA, the National Mining Association, the United States still imports 76% of its cobalt and 100% of its graphite from countries like China and the Congo, places with systemic and significant human rights issues. But this administration seems more interested in pursuing an anti-fossil fuel agenda by restricting mining in places like Arizona and Minnesota. Remember, just last year in this very room, former Energy Secretary Muniz told us the United States should be mining more, not less. So, Mr. Chairman, think about what you're doing here. We're restricting mining in America to acquire these critical minerals that we need for renewables, but you don't like getting them from China or Congo, yet demand is clearly outpacing capacity. I have to say, you can't have your cake and eat it too. I look forward to today's discussion, and I hope that we can come with a sensible, common sense approach in this, an adult conversation as we go through this. We need to find some solutions with this, and I don't think this rush is going to be productive. So I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Representative Rush, Chair of the Subcommittee on Energy, for 5 minutes, Mr. Chair, for your opening statement. Chairman Rush, can you please unmute?
There you go.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, thank you so very much. Good morning to you and to all the witnesses and to the other members of the subcommittee, of the joint subcommittee. I would like first to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for working really close with me and with my entire staff and the Energy Subcommittee to make today's joint hearing possible. As we have heard time and time again, in my subcommittee, the clean energy transition represents both a challenge and an opportunity. It will be a difficult task, but one that we can achieve to get to net zero emissions by 2050. That said, the clean energy transition also represents an enormous opportunity, and it will enable us to move energy production from foreign countries like Saudi Arabia to right back here at home, and to ensure that our clean energy workforce better mirrors the tremendous diversity of America, and also to make energy more affordable for all Americans. Frankly, Mr. Chairman, we are way behind in our efforts. According to DOE, the United States only produced 3% of the world's solar panels last year and relied upon imports for roughly 40% of the average onshore wind project. Rather than despair, though, Mr. Chairman, these facts should inspire us to action. Rather than surrendering to a tepid reaction, we must vigorously commit to a robust, take no prisoners type and absolute action strategy. The reality is that we have to compare our clean energy supply chain to the traditional fossil supply chain that we are suffering under today. Despite years of hearing about energy independence from the past administration, according to the EIA in August, we still relied on crude imports for nearly 40% of the oil that was produced and processed in American refineries. At a time when volatility in energy prices is causing so many consumers pain, we need to speed up the pace at which we make investments in the clean energy supply chain. And any vote to keep our dependence on fossil fuels is a vote to keep America's energy prices volatile and to expose Americans to unnecessary economic uncertainty. Finally, Mr. Chairman, as many of my colleagues know, I am passionate about ensuring that the next energy generation economy does not replicate the mistakes of the old one. E2 released a report a few months ago clearly showing that fossil industries have disproportionately excluded Black and brown workers along with women of all colors. The clean energy industry has yet to do significantly better. Mr. Chairman, this is totally disgraceful and unacceptable. With that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to today's discussion about the clean energy supply chain. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman yields back. Now the chair recognizes Representative Upton, ranking member of the Subcommittee on Energy, for 5 minutes, Mr. Chair, for your opening statement, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to our witnesses for appearing before us today. I have to say America's economy is in trouble. Under President Biden, inflation is surging to record levels, driving up household bills and wiping out savings. Yes, we are in an energy crisis. The average price for a gallon of gas in my Michigan district is over $3.40. The price at the pump has nearly doubled from last year. We're also in a supply chain crisis. We know that. Shipping backlogs and trucker shortages reveal how critically dependent we are on imports from China and other parts of Asia. Congestion in U.S. ports is also hurting American small businesses and farmers who depend on a smooth supply chain to send their goods to market. American families and businesses are stuck in the middle. While the bills pile up, they're forced to wait on shipping delays and supply chain disruptions. The worldwide semiconductor chip shortage and the cascading impact across hundreds of industries, thousands of industries, proves what's at stake when we become overly dependent upon China and overseas manufacturers. As a result of the chip shortage, American consumers are paying record amounts for new cars and electronics and appliances, while dealerships and stores struggle to maintain their inventory. I'm concerned that we're also dependent on China for nearly 90% of the critical minerals and materials that are required for some clean energy technologies, like wind turbines, solar panels, batteries. When it comes to energy, we want to make sure that the supply chain is here in the U.S. so that our electric bills do not spike simply because of supply chain issues. In March, I introduced the Securing America's Critical Minerals Supply Act to require DOE to address our energy supply chain vulnerabilities and encourage domestic production and processing. And over the last decade and a half, the U.S. has emerged as the world's leading producer of oil and gas and global energy superpower. After decades of relying on the Middle East for energy imports, the U.S. became a net exporter in 2019, and that's because of the work here in this committee. America's shale revolution enabled the U.S. to create hundreds of thousands of jobs, to undertake a clean energy transition, while at the same time household energy prices dropped to the lowest levels in recent history. America benefited, and we got used to $2 gasoline and cheap electricity. And those folks now are thinking, why should we have to pay more? Mr. Chairman, I plan to use today's hearing to explore what's at stake and what steps Congress ought to take to strengthen our supply chain and address the energy crisis. Last week, the Energy and Commerce Republicans wrote to request hearings on the energy crisis and preparations for the upcoming winter. It's here. We have serious concerns about rapidly rising energy prices and the negative impact that the price increases are having on the U.S. economy, inflation, and household bills. We're deeply concerned that the administration's anti-fossil fuel agenda is significantly contributing to the energy crisis. Revoking pipeline permits, threatening punitive regulations and taxes such as the proposed natural gas tax in the Build Back Better plan discourages U.S. production. Even more alarming, the administration is asking OPEC and Russia to drill more while threatening U.S. workers with a ban on exports or artificially flooding the domestic market with oil from SPRO, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. This committee needs to conduct oversight over DOE's handling of the energy crisis to understand better its actions and what steps Congress may need to take ahead of the upcoming winter. We also should investigate how regulations may be causing or contributing to energy price increases and whether the administration's potential shutdown of Michigan's Line 5 pipeline, this is a pipeline that goes from Canada through Michigan to a refinery in southeast Michigan, will increase prices even further. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to today's hearing, working with you to schedule additional hearings in the future to examine the energy crisis. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Chair Pallone, who is the chair of the full committee. And you're recognized, Mr. Chairman, for 5 minutes for your opening statement, please.
Thank you, Chairman Tonko and Chairman Rush, also for convening this important joint subcommittee hearing this morning on supply chain solutions for a clean energy economy. This committee and the Biden administration are committed to the clean energy transition and to ambitious decarbonization goals, including a goal of generating 100% clean electricity by 2035. Now, the clean energy transition is underway across the world. Last year, annual renewable capacity additions increased by 45% worldwide, and that was despite the pressures and challenges of the global COVID-19 pandemic. Domestically, the Energy Information Administration projects the share of renewables in the electricity generation mix to double by 2050. And this is a huge industry that's only getting bigger. Unfortunately, we're not fully prepared right now to meet this growing demand, and I'm concerned that we risk falling behind other countries as they invest in the industries of the future. As an example, today China dominates the production and the assembly of solar photovoltaic modules. China controls over 70% of solar PV module assembly, while over the last year the United States produced only 3% of the modules sold globally. China also has over 75% of global cell fabrication capacity, a crucial stage in the battery manufacturing process. In the meantime, the United States has less than 10% of the market share for capacity across major battery components and cell fabrication. With skyrocketing projections for electric vehicle adoption and the growing necessity of energy storage solutions, this is an industry guaranteed to boom. And as we look ahead, the question is whether we want the United States to lead or follow in the clean energy transition. And I strongly believe that we must lead that transition so we no longer have to rely on other countries' clean energy supply chains. It's becoming increasingly clear that key components needed for clean energy technologies are sourced from countries with unacceptable labor and environmental practices. Now, fortunately, the Biden administration has taken decisive action to halt the import of some goods sourced from countries that violate fundamental human rights. But we can and we must do more. It's also important to remember that the fossil fuel industry faces some of these same problems. Extraction processes and labor concerns have plagued the traditional energy supply chain for decades, and we must build a clean energy economy that tackles the climate crisis by eliminating the historic polluting and poor labor practices of the international fossil fuel industry. Now, this is one of the many reasons it's critical that Congress pass the Build Back Better Act, which invests heavily in our clean energy future. It includes investments in the deployment of innovative technologies and American manufacturing of zero-emission transportation technologies. This important funding will increase demand for clean energy domestically, while also supporting the development of clean energy supply chains right here in the United States. And as we develop these supply chains, it's vital we focus not only on the manufacture of products and technologies, but also on what happens to those goods at the end of their useful lifetime. In the coming decades, as batteries and wind turbines and solar panels reach the end of their lives, we must manage their disposal and recycling in a way that is safe and economically beneficial. Creating circular supply chains that enable collection and reuse of these technologies at the end of their useful lifetimes will not only reduce waste, but also reduce costs and the amount of material needed for the clean energy transition. So for our nation's future, it's crucial that we support this industry. A strong domestic clean energy industry will ensure we're able to meet our own clean energy goals and provide millions of jobs for Americans. It will also ensure that as the world transitions to clean energy, the United States is not left behind. We must work to build these industries here, and we must be competitive, and we must not miss this enormous opportunity for our nation's economy and the global climate. I did want to mention also, before I yield back, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to thank, as you mentioned, Jacqueline Cohen for her tremendous contributions to this committee over the last 12 years. As Chairman Tonko mentioned, she played an instrumental role in the passage of the landmark Lautenberg Chemical Safety Act, which modernized the Toxic Substances Control Act for the first time in 40 years. And over the last 12 years, Jacqueline's fingerprints are certainly found on any bill that became law out of our Environment and Climate Change Subcommittee. She had a particular passion for ensuring that all Americans have access to safe drinking water and for protecting and strengthening the Safe Drinking Water Act. And she's really going to be missed, and I wish her the best in her future endeavors. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The chairman yields back. The chair now recognizes Representative Rogers, who serves as ranking member of the full committee. Ms. Rogers, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please, for your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Record inflation, spiking prices, empty store shelves and car lots, growing risk of blackouts. Families are learning what failing energy and economic policies feel like. Global supply chain disruptions and demand shocks from the COVID pandemic have taken a toll. Now the administration is making this crisis worse with its reckless inflationary spending and an anti-American energy agenda, shutting down pipelines, banning oil and gas lease sales, imposing new energy taxes, and systematically shutting down American energy. Unbelievably, President Biden is even considering shutting down another major energy infrastructure project, Michigan's Line 5 pipeline, right before winter. Closing Line 5 would cost thousands of jobs and increase the price of heating fuels like propane, which are already in short supply across the nation. This is threatening people's livelihoods. We've requested hearings with the Secretary of Energy so that we can examine this immediate crisis, especially the surging costs right before winter. This oversight should also question what the rush to green regulatory agenda means for supply and affordability of energy. Policies to make sure people have access to affordable, reliable energy must remain central to this committee's work. And that is especially true for today's hearing. We must recognize the amazing value of our existing energy infrastructure for economic growth and ensuring that people have a chance for a better life and strengthening national security. Energy security is national and financial security. We've witnessed the wide-ranging benefits of the American energy renaissance brought about by the shale revolution, lifting people out of poverty, raising the standard of living to the highest level ever. This has revitalized communities, created hundreds of billions of dollars of jobs in economic activity and thousands of new jobs. It's provided strong security benefits in America and lowered carbon emissions more than any other nation in the world, more than the next 12 combined. We win the future by building on the foundations of this energy infrastructure, not by destroying it. This rush to green, radical agenda attacks American energy mandates expansion of weather-dependent wind and solar and massive electrification. This vision is to replace our energy infrastructure at a pace and scale that defies historical experience. To say that it is possible is divorced from reality. It will lead to higher cost, less reliable energy. It will create energy poverty and reduce our quality of life. This is why Republicans have repeatedly raised concerns about the economic and security dangers of the rush to green. The World Bank estimates renewable mandates will increase global demand for certain critical minerals 500% over current rates. That's a lot of mining and processing. Massive growth in our domestic mining and industrial infrastructure. New mandates will require more reliance on foreign supplies of minerals and materials. That means a dangerous dependence upon China and its use of slave labor and abusive practices in the renewable and EV supply chains. All of us should be asking, how do Americans benefit if President Biden trades our strategic advantage in energy infrastructure for more dependence on China supply chains? We should never let that happen. So how do we develop our own secure supplies for these minerals? Accelerate the mining, processing, and permitting. The International Energy Agency concluded in a recent report that it takes more than 16 years to bring a mine from discovery to initial production. How does that timeline fit with the 2020, 2035, 2050, whatever mandate from the Biden administration? I hope we can get some answers today. Radical green mandates seek to replace extraction of energy minerals, oil, gas, coal, and uranium, with extraction of non-energy minerals of lithium, cobalt, rare earths in magnets and batteries. I'm all for increasing our domestic supply of critical minerals. But the reality is, keep it in the ground movements apply to fossil fuels and critical minerals. This drive to renewables has a host of land use, disposal, and environmental costs beyond greenhouse gas emissions. We need a smart strategic approach, rooted in reality, to secure a cleaner energy future. We should be using our abundant resources and American ingenuity and creativity. That's the American way. That means shale, gas, hydropower, and of course, nuclear energy. It's oddly absent from today's hearing. We must lead the American way, protect people's livelihoods, and ensure that we continue to raise the standard of living. I yield back.
The gentle lady yields back. The chair reminds members that pursuant to committee rules, all members' written opening statements shall be made part of the record. I now move to introduce the witnesses for today's hearing. We will be beginning with Mr. Ethan Zindler, head of America's BloombergNEF. He'll be followed by Ms. Roxanne Brown, International Vice President at Large with the United Steelworkers. To be followed by Dr. Jackson Switzer, Senior Director of Business Development of Redwood Materials. And then finally, Mr. Lucian Pugliaresi, President of Energy Policy Research Foundation, Inc. And I welcome all of our witnesses today, and thank you for your time and your information that you'll share. At this time, the chair will recognize each witness for 5 minutes to provide his or her opening statement. Before we begin, I would like to explain the lighting system. In front of our witnesses is a series of lights. The light will initially be green. The light will turn yellow when you have 1 minute remaining. Please begin to wrap up your testimony at that point, and the light will turn red when your time has expired. So we begin now by recognizing Mr. Zindler for 5 minutes to provide an opening statement, please.
There we go. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity, Chairman Tonko and Chairman Rush, and Ranking Members Upton and McKinley. I'm here today in my role as an analyst at BloombergNEF, a division of financial information provider Bloomberg LP. Our group provides investors, utilities, oil majors, policymakers, and others with data and insights on the energy world and other sectors of the global economy undergoing fundamental rapid transformation. My remarks today represent my views alone, not the corporate positions of Bloomberg LP, and of course, they do not represent specific investment advice. Progress in the energy industry and transportation industry used to be measured in decades. Its sheer scale meant that the adoption of fuels or technologies was, by definition, slow and laborious. Today, however, how the world generates, delivers, and consumes energy are all not only being transformed radically, but also very rapidly. Both around the world and here in the US, clean energy technologies are no longer at the margins, but very much at the center of change. In 2020, wind, solar, geothermal, and biomass accounted for 12% of global electricity production. That was up from 9% in 2018 and just 4% in 2011. 2/5 of global power came from zero-carbon sources, including nuclear power. In the US, wind and solar share of power generation has doubled in a decade, and 20% of our power in 2020 came from all renewable sources, including hydro. The vast majority of new capacity added to the grid in the last 2 years has been wind and solar. A similar transformation is underway in road transportation, albeit at an earlier stage. In 2015, consumers purchased about 500,000 electric vehicles worldwide. This year, we're on track to see at least 5 million EVs sold, and EVs' share versus internal combustion engine cars has nearly tripled since 2019 to 7.2% in the first half of 2021. Government policies, most notably in China and the EU, have boosted EV sales, but public acceptance and outright enthusiasm for EVs is growing as well. The cars run quieter, they generally require less maintenance, and they have fewer moving parts. They offer outstanding acceleration, and anybody who's driven one will tell you they're also a lot of fun to drive. Clean energy's growth has, of course, created major economic development opportunities. Our firm, BloombergNEF, has tracked over $4 trillion invested in this space since 2004. But far more lucrative opportunities lie ahead. Renewable power projects alone will attract no less than $10 trillion through 2050, our firm projects. Grid expansions and upgrades will top about $11 trillion. Charging infrastructure will need at least $600 billion in the next 20 years. With this fundamental transformation underway, the question is, which companies and which countries stand to reap the most economic benefits? Despite its extraordinary resources, most notably its human resources, today, the U.S. is not positioned to lead in these rapidly expanding segments of the global economy. The reasons why are detailed in several reports that I shared with the committee and that we produced with the Center for Strategic and International Studies. But here are a couple quick takeaways. When it comes to manufacturing solar PV equipment, the U.S. today is effectively a bit player. Despite being the second largest demand market for such equipment, Chinese companies dominate virtually every segment of the manufacturing value chain for silicon PV modules. In wind turbine production, the story is a bit more complex, in part because these are such specialized pieces of equipment, and partly because they're expensive to ship. When it comes to electric vehicles, the most critical and costly component is the battery. In terms of volume, the U.S. today is a laggard in the final assembly of such batteries and in the production of battery components. China and South Korea are primary suppliers, with Europe coming on very quickly. What specific policies could trigger U.S. clean energy manufacturing growth? For clues, it's worth examining the challenges and successes Germany, India, and particularly China have achieved. In our research with CSIS, we found that to attract the private investment required to scale manufacturing, equipment makers must believe that significant local demand exists for their products, both in the short and the long term. I raise this point because in the context of China, which is not only the largest supplier of clean energy goods on Earth by far, but the largest demand market for such equipment as well, there's been a lot of attention paid to how China subsidizes manufacturing of clean energy equipment by making low or zero interest loans available. While that's certainly true, China has also created significant demand for clean energy goods and services by offering higher tariffs for zero carbon power or offering rebates for the purchases of electric vehicles. I'm going to close real quick by just offering one final comment. Before today, Congress has legislation that can send the very signals that are required to trigger a U.S. Clean energy manufacturing scale-up. The infrastructure bill passed the other day marked an important step in this direction with its support for transmission, EV charging, and other technologies, including carbon capture and nuclear power. But it is the currently pending Build Back Better legislation that stands to make a far bigger impact in this area. By focusing both on the supply and demand side of the clean energy equation, the bill has the potential to unleash an unprecedented wave of investment in manufacturing capacity on U.S. soil. Thank you again for this opportunity. I look forward to your questions.
Well, we thank you, Mr. Zindler, and again, welcome. And now we welcome Ms. Brown. You are recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Chairman Pallone, Ranking Member Rogers, Chairman Tonko, Chairman Rush, Ranking Member McKinley, Ranking Member Upton, and members of the subcommittees. My name is Roxanne Brown, and I am proud to serve as International Vice President at Large for the United Steelworkers Union. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today at this important hearing to discuss supply chains for the clean energy economy. As the largest industrial union in North America, USW members make the products, components, subcomponents, and raw materials that underpin our manufacturing economy now and which will be necessary to build the clean energy economy. Manufacturing is where much of the economic benefit will lie for communities and workers as new technologies are deployed and as we rebuild our nation's infrastructure. It can and must be a driver of the creation and retention of good, family-supporting union jobs throughout the economy. But I have to be honest, not everyone is looking forward to the transition of the US and global economy to a clean energy one. American manufacturing workers have a great deal of skepticism about what this will mean for their jobs, for them, and for their communities. That skepticism is well-founded after so many decades of policymaking have left manufacturing communities hollowed out. Our union has been having the green jobs conversation with our members for almost 20 years now, and for many of them, that promise has not been realized. We have so many examples of USW members working in clean energy supply chains who've lost jobs instead of those jobs flourishing. Whether it's our members at Rotec in Aurora, Ohio, who 10 years ago made a higher share of large diameter bearings for onshore wind, but were impacted by foreign-made bearings coming into the market, or our members at Corning and PPG Industries, who made glass for solar panels at one time, but couldn't compete once China's industrial policy sought to dominate the global market. Earlier this year, USW member Joe Rona testified before the Senate Finance Committee about how his plant announced efforts to expand into the solar supply chain, only to close less than a decade later, in part because of China's dominance in the industry. This regrettable history does not have to continue into the future. For this transition to be successful, manufacturing workers and their communities must be the leaders of this transition, not the victims of it. We have an opportunity to reverse what has happened in manufacturing sectors across the United States supply chain. And have our members, believe our union, believe Congress, believe the administration when we all say that manufacturing will be the driver of the clean energy economy. The policy environment is creating some opportunities, as we'll see once this infrastructure bill that was signed yesterday was implemented. But more can be done to ensure both economic and environmental sustainability as we move towards a clean energy economy. Our union is committed to seeing both of these things through, but if we do one and not the other, then we don't succeed. My written testimony details the policy pieces our union believes are necessary to help achieve both of these goals, but I'd like to highlight a few. First, policymakers must consider the broad suite of clean energy technologies like wind, solar, geothermal, nuclear, and battery storage, and develop strategies for the supply chain for each of them. This should also include supply chains for building materials for energy efficiency, carbon management like utilization and direct air capture, batteries and charging stations for electric vehicles, and emerging fuels like hydrogen. Second, secure domestic supply chains will only grow if intentional choices are made to develop sound industrial policy and a strategy for investing in the manufacture of these technologies. This is what other countries are doing and is necessary for us to compete globally. Finally, a foundational bedrock of investing in manufacturing is Buy America policy. It creates demand for manufacturing materials and provides certainty to companies, which is necessary when those companies take risks to retool and make materials for new technologies. Taxpayers overwhelmingly support their dollars being spent to create jobs here in the United States. Our union looks forward to working with you to make our vision a reality for manufacturing workers. I've spent a lot of time over the last 15 years testifying and speaking on panels about the hope of the clean energy economy for my members and really for domestic industry. And it's been too long to be having this conversation. We have a real opportunity right now to make our goals and our vision about what the domestic manufacturing can do for the clean energy sector a reality. And we look forward to working with you to get that done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. And now we move to Dr. Switzer. Again, welcome, and you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Chairman Rush and Tonko, Ranking Members McKinley and Upton, members of the House Energy and Commerce Subcommittees on Energy, Environment, and Climate Change. Thank you for the invitation to testify at today's hearing. My name is Jackson Switzer. I'm the Senior Director for Business Development at Redwood Materials. Prior to joining Redwood, I spent over 7 years at Albemarle Corporation, the world's largest lithium mining and refining company. I have a technical background with a doctorate in chemical engineering from Georgia Tech and a bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of Alabama. Representative Scalise, I don't see you here, and no offense to your alma mater, but roll tide. Redwood Materials was founded by Tesla co-founder and longtime Chief Technology Officer J.B. Strobel in 2017. J.B. founded Redwood to transform the battery supply chain, making it more sustainable, faster, and less costly. We aim to do this by offering large-scale domestic sources of battery materials that can go directly to U.S. battery manufacturers, like our partners, Panasonic and Ford. Our battery materials will be produced from recycled batteries, augmented with sustainably mined material. By 2030, Redwood intends to produce enough material to supply over 6 million electric vehicles annually. We feel that quickly ramping a domestic battery material supply chain using the highest possible percent of local, recycled raw materials is the best way we can help meet the U.S.'s clean energy goals. As Ethan at Bloomberg highlighted, our world is rapidly transitioning to electric vehicles. EVs are projected to account for nearly 100% of new cars sold in 2040. Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis have each made declarations to go all in on electrifying their fleets over the next decade, and EV manufacturers Tesla and Rivian plan to exponentially ramp production. This expanding demand for EVs presents an opportunity for the U.S. economy, particularly the automotive sector, which accounts for roughly 3% of our nation's GDP. Building out domestic EV battery and materials manufacturing capabilities can help position our country as a competitive international player in the global automotive space. Central and critical to this is establishing U.S. leadership across the battery supply chain. The two battery materials we're focused on at Redwood are cathode materials and copper foils, which together make up nearly 65% of the cost of a battery, and therefore have major consequences to EV manufacturing. Cathode materials have a long and complex supply chain today that involves mining and refining metal ores on multiple continents. Often these materials travel greater than 50,000 miles before reaching an EV in the U.S. In total, U.S. cathode demand is expected to increase by 600% over the decade. If the supply chain is left as is, to keep pace, the U.S. would need to import greater than 2 million tons of cathode materials through 2030. This also translates to a lost economic value of over $85 billion US. However, there is tremendous opportunity to generate our own supply of these materials over time here in the US. Cathode material elements like lithium, cobalt, and nickel are infinitely recyclable. Copper foil supply chain is similarly dominated by other countries, particularly by Chile, Peru, and China. If its supply chain is left as is, the US would need to import greater than 800,000 metric tons of copper foil through 2030, with another lost economic value of greater than $13 billion. Interestingly, the U.S. currently exports about the same amount annually, 800,000 metric tons of copper scrap to Asia each year. This actually presents a tremendous opportunity for copper foil manufacturing within our country, capturing a valuable resource that we're currently exporting. The supply chain localization opportunity here is enormous. We're confident Redwood Materials can be part of the solution. Look, the transportation to electric transportation and clean energy is coming. As a nation, we must ask ourselves if we want to create the infrastructure and jobs to support that shift here in the United States, or will we allow other nations to develop the manufacturing capacity overseas, as has happened with most of the clean energy economy to date. Redwood Materials is committed to localizing the battery material supply chain to the U.S., but we're just one of many innovative American companies developing cutting-edge technologies that support electrification. Implementing the right policies now is critical to helping these companies drastically and quickly scale their production in America. Policies like the Battery Manufacturing and Recycling Grant Program, which was spearheaded by Representative Doyle and included in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, will help launch innovative solutions to strengthen the supply chain. Reinstituting the 48C tax credits to support clean energy manufacturing, as proposed in the Build Back Better Act, will also help companies invest in the United States and create high-quality jobs. In closing, creating a circular supply chain for electric vehicles and clean energy products in the United States is a win-win, allowing our country to counteract an important environmental risk while creating economic security, tens of thousands of jobs, bolstering our supply chain, and ensuring that the billions of dollars that will be invested in the battery industry land here in the U.S. Thank you to both subcommittees for holding this important hearing. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Switzer. We now move to Mr. Pugliaresi. You're welcome, and you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Chairman Tonko, Chairman Rush, Chairman Pallone, Ranking Members McKinley, Rogers, and Upton, I very much appreciate this opportunity to give my views on today's topic. My name is Lucian Pugliaresi. I'm president of the Energy Policy Research Foundation. I have personally worked on a broad range of energy security issues, both in and out of government, since the 1973-74 Arab oil embargo. I'd like to make just a few brief points to summarize my testimony. I hope the members will get a chance to look at some of the figures we put together there. The energy system is highly complex. It's interconnected regionally and globally in ways that are not always apparent. The transition presents a new set of supply and price risks for consumers and manufacturers. Achieving net zero in the developed world, I'm talking about the OECD, is a prodigious and actually unlikely task. And even if we do that, we will only eliminate 20% of global emissions versus a range of business as usual forecasts for 2050. Everything is about the developing world, the Asia Pacific, Africa. Regulatory programs, as well as private sector commitments to accelerate the energy transition, whether it's mandates, targets, financial or federal procurement guidelines, create uncertainty and financial risks that will limit needed investments in a broad range of legacy fuels, particularly oil and gas. While most of the escalation in energy prices can be tied to dislocations in oil and gas supply chains, largely from the COVID pandemic, recently announced policy decisions, such as the halt on leasing on federal lands, the cancellation of the Keystone Pipeline, the potential cancellation of Line 5 on bringing Canadian crude oil to the United States, rising regulatory requirements, and permitting delays are all threatening North American oil and gas production. We undermine this strategic asset at our peril. Oil and gas production is going to be needed throughout the transition. Today, after government support, we have put tens of billions of dollars into wind and solar. But if you look at its contribution to primary energy supply in the US, it only represents 4%. In fact, wind and solar today still require vast sums of federal support in the forms of production tax credits. And today, the oil and gas development in the US still generates large revenues to the federal government, This is the fundamentals of the marketplace. This doesn't represent the values of these two fuels. It just tells us how society values these two technologies. The current energy crisis in Europe is a cautionary tale, and we should learn from it. I have my colleague from London here with me today, and he's been briefing us on the situation there. The European crisis has its roots in policies that sought rapid decarbonization without accounting for the associated supply risks. Policy initiatives which seek to accelerate the U.S. transition to a fully renewable energy complex before these technologies are cost-effective will have global implications. And we're going to cede our energy security to China, Russia, and the Middle East. They will all gain positional advantage if we don't do this right. The transition will create unprecedented new demands and add new energy security threats to existing ones. We are essentially trading a secure and independent energy complex for one with new and poorly understood risks. I recommend you look. We issued a chart of the week by one of our senior researchers, Max Bezier, and there's an interesting statistic in there. A smart battery phone uses 3 grams of lithium. A Tesla uses 140 pounds. Think about the requirements as we accelerate electric vehicles in the U.S. Investment in adaptation should be part of our discussion going forward. And finally, and most importantly, policy measures should be robust against uncertainty. We have a long list of things we've done, the Congress and past administrations, which sounded like a good idea at the time, but the world changed. So one of the things I hope the committee will take under consideration, however we proceed with these measures, that we think about strategies that hold up against a broad range of uncertainties. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pugliaresi. We now move to member questions, and I'll start by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. When we discuss clean energy goals, they can often be difficult to wrap our heads around. So, Mr. Zindler, I'm hoping you can help give us a better sense of the scale of our national or even global energy transition. Can you give us any estimates on how much investment is required, necessary, to achieve an ambitious emissions reduction goal? Can you activate your mic? Thanks. No.
There you go.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, to the
I'll be
rescue.
Ms. Brown for a minute. First, just a comment. If I could just make one quick comment, which is that I heard a lot about talking about how this is some kind of a rush, that that this is a policy that's a rush. Only here in the U.S. is this viewed as a rush. There are 10 countries already which get more than 25% of their power from wind and solar today. And these are not tiny countries. These are countries like UK and Spain and Portugal and Germany. They've already made, or Uruguay, they're not all in Europe, where we've seen this kind of transition already underway. So there's nothing particularly actually new. If anything, we're well behind on a transition that's taking place around the globe. We've been seeing about $500 billion, Mr. Chairman, to your question, we've been seeing about $500 billion a year invested in what we would call energy transition technologies overall. That number basically has to double to start to get where we need to go in terms of trying to achieve some of the net zero targets that have been declared.
Thank you. And can you give us a sense of what that means in terms of manufacturing or critical mineral needs? Like how many more solar panels, wind turbines, and batteries are needed in a world where those targets are achieved?
Well, I mean, we've been consistently seeing the demand for solar rise each year, anywhere from 10 to 20%, depending on which year you're talking about, mainly because the technologies, I would point out, are in many parts of the world right now the lowest cost option, and that's really what's proliferating a lot of the growth. So we expect for the U.S. to try and hit its clean energy goals, the ones that have been declared, to try and get to 0% carbon by 2035. We need to go from building about 40 gigawatts a year to building about 80 per year in the United States, which means about a roughly doubling in the investment in the short run. But obviously, the costs have been coming down, so that will reduce that somewhat.
Thank you. And based on today's testimony, it seems for at least some technologies and components, there are not currently U.S. firms positioned to fully take advantage of these massive emerging markets. The Build Back Better Act would help change that. Any comments about what might be inspirational with the Build Back Better Act?
So, I mean, for our work that we did for the Center for Strategic and International Studies, we tried to look at some of the successful industrial policies in other parts of the world. And as I noted in my testimony, China, any one of these sectors, but if you particularly, we looked at the electric vehicle sector, about 10 years ago put together a plan in which they determined that they wanted to be the world's largest producer of electric vehicles and the largest consumer of them as well. And they set about creating both supply and demand side policies to support that. We do not have long-term certainty at the moment around what the demand for electric vehicles will be, just to give one example. The corporate average fuel economy standards, which are certainly being, have been revised, but are constantly being challenged, provide some additional certainty to automakers, and we've certainly seen these declarations from Stellantis, from Ford, from GM, that they plan to do EVs. But I would say that if you were to press them, many of them would not say that the U.S. is the primary market that they think will be the demand market, because there's a lot more certainty from Europe and other parts of the world.
Thank you. And I'll move over to Ms. Brown now. And when we talk about climate jobs, we often think about construction jobs, that being building transmission lines, installing EV charging stations, or retrofitting buildings. Could you share for the subcommittees where you see the biggest opportunities for clean energy manufacturing jobs?
Absolutely, and thank you so much for the question, Mr. Chairman. You know, everywhere, in a nutshell, everywhere. When you think about the types of clean energy technologies that we're talking about, whether it's onshore or offshore wind, there is a significant amount of steel that is required for both of those technologies. If we're talking about solar, the glass that is needed for solar panels, the aluminum, the copper that's needed for solar panels are all made by steelworker members. If we're talking about energy efficiency, manufacturing facilities won't only benefit from those technologies, but can actually make those technologies, and steelworker members actually make energy efficiency technologies. So for us, the possibilities are endless and vast, and really stretch across each of these technologies, and I think we're just waiting to do the work.
Thank you so much. We'll now recognize Mr. McKinley, Subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change Ranking Member. And Representative McKinley, you're recognized for 5 minutes for questioning.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the panel. It's interesting to see some of the perspectives, and we can learn from this. But I'd like to address my questions primarily to Mr. Pugliaresi.
Pugliaresi, yes.
Pugliaresi. And speaking for the administration in Scotland, John Kerry said there that the United States should eliminate the use of coal by 2030, period. And he reinforced how other fossil fuels, oil, gas, would be eliminated by 2035. And as you point out in your testimony, that's going to result in an expedited shift to renewables in the next few years. We can do the count till 2030, and that's going to require large quantities of critical minerals. But the U.S. still imports the vast majority of its mineral needs for renewables, and it is entirely reliant on foreign nations for some of them that I talked about in my opening statement. So do you believe that America will be able to supply itself the critical minerals needed by 2030 and by 2035?
No one who understands.
If you use your mic, please.
No one who understands how we do permitting, how we go through the development, the NEPA reviews, believes that that's even possible. It's just not going to happen. And in fact, I think the biggest, if you look, the biggest concern we have with the power sector is if you push it too fast, it's going to become very brittle. It's going to become brittle because The fuels we use are going to be much more narrow, and we're going to be also subject to more complex systems, which are subject to failure modes that we don't even fully understand yet.
Thank you. The administration has been focused on this need to increase the domestic supply chain, and I think we've had a good dialogue. We understand the need for that to be addressed for renewables. But that, as I pointed out in my, that's going to require a significant increase in domestic mining, processing, and manufacturing. And we know that China right now is the lead nation that processes the bulk of these renewables. And then they ship them around the country, around the world. And we said before, the U.S. is going to need to meet the demand. We're going to need to 500 to 1,000% more minerals than we have today. So do you believe that the current permitting process will allow the United States to increase its domestic processing of critical minerals?
You can bet that's not going to happen. You don't, I mean, we have the process. Look, you just look at the scale problems that we face. We've been working on wind and solar for 30 or 40 years. And we've had grandiose plans. But as I pointed out, deploying it is something else. It still only represents 4% of primary energy.
Then why isn't Congress and the administration, why aren't they listening to you? If it can't happen, seriously.
I actually
you know,
think-
so we get out of this, politics and just the reality. I'm a civil engineer. I'm a licensed civil engineer. I deal in facts. I don't understand why we're letting emotion get into this rather than the facts that you're pointing out. We just simply can't get there now. And that was why I was making in my opening remarks saying, give us time. We're going to get there, but I'd like to have this the use of fossil fuels to bridge until we can get those things taken care of. But in the meantime, we're dealing with this. And then there's the last question I'd like to ask is having to do with the critical minerals again. What are the labor and environmental benefits if we process these critical minerals in the United States as compared to what they're doing in China and elsewhere? Because we've been concerned about environmental justice, and I've understood some of the components of that. But what are we doing now? If we bring this back home, are we going to improve, and it should hopefully increase the environmental benefits by producing them here? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Clearly, we have an enormous number of environmental standards that all industry has to adhere to. So from a global point of view, it will be produced in a much cleaner, responsible way. But it also is going to require a scale. I think we really don't appreciate the scale of the problem before us. You know, people talk about Denmark. There are 5 million people in Denmark. There are 300 million people in Indonesia, and they all want an air conditioner. And they don't want to spend a lot of money for their power. So the real dilemma for us is we have to let our technology mature so that it's cost effective, so that the American consumers don't see escalating costs as we try to wrench the system before the technology is ready to be deployed.
Mr. Pugliaresi, I can't agree with you more. Thank you for testifying here, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Chairman Rush of the Subcommittee on Energy. Chairman Rush, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the comments that was struck me this morning, Mr. Chairman, was comments from Mr. Zindler, his testimony. And Mr. Zindler, you stated that the clean energy provisions of the Build Back Better Act, which this subcommittee, new subcommittees help write, stand to make the biggest impact in expanding the clean energy supply chain. Would you explain how passing the BBB will establish and grow the domestic clean energy supply chain?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Yeah, I would be happy to respond to that, but I do want to just come back on a couple things, a comment that's been made twice about wind and solar only providing 4% of primary energy in the United States. I'll just state a basic fact. Wind and solar is used for electricity purposes. We don't put wind turbines on our cars. We get energy. Energy is not just electricity. The electricity sector is 40% of our energy usage. So to say that it's only 4% of total energy is correct, but it's 10% of power, and it was 0% basically 15 years ago, 10 years ago even. So just want to clarify that because that's not really a fundamentally accurate way to depict this. Unless someone here would like to put wind turbines on cars soon. Now, to the question about what's in the Build Back Better legislation, I think what's critical in there is that it looks at this from both the supply and a demand side. I talked about the China example earlier. If you look at the support that the Build Back Better bill provides, it both provides incentives to consumers to buy EVs. It provides incentives, tax credits for those to build wind and solar, but it also has supply-side supports in the form of tax credits for specific segments of the manufacturing value chain overall, which can help to ensure that as the market scales, the manufacturing takes place more within the U.S. than it would elsewhere.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, can you talk about what the United Steelworkers see in terms of the impact of job creation from a build-out of the clean energy supply chain? And could we see the expected, can you tell us again, what is the expected impact on job creation for Black and brown workers under the Build Back Better Act?
Thank you for the question, Chairman Rush. I just want to actually echo something that Mr. Zindler said in terms of just the tax pieces that are included in Build Back Better. For the first time, there are actual requirements attached to clean energy taxes that, make it a requirement to use and source domestically produced materials for any clean energy projects. That's something that our union has been working really hard to do, really since 2006, with the production tax credit and the investment tax credits. For the first time, we were able to work with the Senate Finance Committee to achieve that. That's huge. I can't emphasize what a boon that is for the supply chain when it comes to sourcing the iron, the steel, or the other manufactured goods, whether it's cement or other manufactured goods that go into these clean energy projects. That, if it's able to stick, is something that is critically important to steelworker members. The other thing that I'll say is there's significant money in the BBB to repurpose brownfields. And a lot of the brownfields are in Black and brown communities, to your question, Chairman Rush. And I want to point to a real-world example in Baltimore here, just up the street from us here in Washington, D.C., on the former ground of the Bethlehem Steel Sparrows Point facility. That was the beast of the East. That's what our union used to call that facility. It employed 50,000 steelworkers at one point, making steel. That facility closed in 2012. No more steel, basic steel, was made in the state of Maryland with the closure of that facility. Recently, our union worked with U.S. Wind to bring steel back to Maryland, and Sparrows Point Steel was born. And they're going to be fabricating monopiles for the offshore wind industry at this facility in Baltimore. At the end, 500 jobs will be created. That is a community that has been devastated by the loss of manufacturing jobs. It's a Black and brown community. It's a community that has been dying for investment. Those are the types of things that the Build Back Better will help to do, and we're eager to see that happen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're back.
Chairman Rush yields back. The chair now recognizes Representative Upton, Subcommittee on Energy Ranking Member. Recognize, sir, for 5 minutes to ask questions, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an important hearing. Energy is on minds of all of our constituents. And Mr. Pugliaresi, I'm looking at a story that I know you haven't seen, but it's something you're aware of. UK power prices soar above 2,000 pounds on low winds. Britain is set to end the use of coal within 3 years and make power generation free of fossil fuel by 2035. But for now, it falls back on high-emission coal when wind drops or demand increases. Wind generation on Monday, this week, was meeting just 6% of total demand. National Grid data shows while gas contributed 55% and coal 2%, which is one of the reasons why the cost is so much higher. And I just know as we try to put U.S. costs compared to Europe, in Europe, they're paying about $5 to $8 a gallon for gasoline, and their electric rates are already 2 to 3 times higher than what we pay in Michigan. I support renewable fuels, always have, but it's part of the all of the above strategy, and you've got to have something there for when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine, which is exactly what happened in England this last week. So what do we do about that? What do we do about these surging gas prices that are practically double where they were a year ago? And what signals should we be sending to American consumers across the country to whether it's encouraging more domestic energy supplies and try to get control of some of these gasoline prices?
Right. First, in terms of the power sector, we're completely technology agnostic, but it's really important to understand that intermittent electricity is not the same product as baseload electricity. It doesn't have the same value because when you turn the switch, it might not be there. I actually asked Chairman Chatterjee once, why don't we have everybody bid firm power? At least we'd have some price discovery. We'd find out because we have these levelized cost estimates, but we really need to understand what it means to integrate these intermittent fuels into our power system. We have data out of Japan now that suggests they accelerate dramatically once you get past 30% of the grid. So some of our technology is just not ready yet. We don't have good backup systems like batteries and stuff. So in Germany is a classic case. One of the reasons gas demand is spiking in Germany is they shut down their coal facilities, they pulled back on the nuclear plants, and they ended up with a very brittle system which was not able to deal with uncertainties in the power demand.
So I'm going to want to raise what I'll call a Michigan issue, but it's probably more of a Midwestern issue if you look at it, and that's Line 5. And I don't know how familiar you are with that, but for those that are watching this hearing, Line 5 is a pipeline that was built under the Straits of Mackinac connecting the lower and upper peninsula in the 50s. It contains not only propane going to the north to help heat the upper peninsula. There's electric lines as well as crude oil that goes down to a Marathon refinery from Michigan here down in the southeast corner of the state. That refinery, as I understand it, produces about 15 million gallons of fuel a day. Michigan's consumption is about 10 million. There are efforts to eliminate or shut down that pipeline. It needs to be replaced. There's work that's been done, starting with Governor Snyder back a number of years ago with Enbridge, the pipeline company, to try and do that. There is the Biden administration is considering closing the pipeline, as I understand it, as look at treaty obligations between Canada and the U.S. What would happen to energy prices if that pipeline gets
So
shut
as you
down?
know, Michigan, I think, gets about 750,000 gallons a day of propane. It gets probably, I think I had some data on this, I saw 14.7 million gallons a day of gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. So this is actually a more serious problem than we understand, because the reason we have this valuable strategic asset this whole North American production platform is because we solve a whole bunch of very complicated transportation issues every year to allow the platform to be efficient, to grow, and to put us as the largest oil and gas producer in the world. So it's going to have immediate regional effects. It's going to spike prices. They're going to have to find more truckers to move material, and there are as we know, we have a shortage of drivers and truckers. So we have a PHMSA, you know, the Pipeline Hazard Material Safety Administration.
I know my time has expired, but a one-word answer would be catastrophic?
It would be catastrophic, and it would be very harmful to the consumers, very.
Thank you. Yield back.
Mr. Upton yields back. The chair now recognizes virtually Representative Doyle, who happens to serve as chair of the Subcommittee on Communications and Technology. Mr. Doyle, welcome. You're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we've seen over the last year and a half, we're too reliant on foreign supply chains for a wide variety of products, even critically important products like semiconductors. As we continue to recover from the pandemic, we should be investing in bringing home manufacturing for as many supply chains as possible, but especially for critical materials. In the effort to create a cleaner future and build as strong an economy as possible, I'm a firm believer in using all the tools at our disposal. That means a diverse portfolio of renewables, nuclear, hydrogen, and carbon capture technology. And if you really want to make America truly energy independent, we should focus on building out the domestic supply chains for technologies that take advantage of fuel sources that aren't reliant on volatile global price fluctuations. With the limitations of international supply chains on display and human rights violations in numerous major supplier nations, investing in building a domestic supply chain for clean energy technologies, as Mr. McKinley, Ms. Dingell, and Mr. Vesey and I did through including our Battery Material Processing and Component Manufacturing Act in the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, is critically important. This is also an opportunity to invest in new innovative companies. Companies like Redwood and EOS Energy in my district are creating new innovative technologies to recycle materials, build components, and pioneer new technologies. Building a strong domestic supply chain for clean energy technologies will create opportunities for American companies to lead the world, create jobs, and make America a truly independent leader in a cleaner future. Let me first ask Mr. Switzer, can you explain how a grant program for battery manufacturing, like we included in the infrastructure bill, can help companies like yours expand your operations, and how will that help impact the growth of the whole supply chain?
Sure. Thank you, Representative Doyle. And on behalf of Redwood Materials, we certainly appreciate all of the work that you put in to that provision. I think to use a word that someone else uses is just the scale of it all, the scale and the level of investment that will be needed. For our battery materials facilities that we're planning to construct here in the U.S., the total scale is going to be on the order of several $1 billion. And that, that alone actually doesn't even completely solve the problem, right? Like, we need several Redwood materials throughout the country to essentially kind of build this supply chain for the future. So I think, all of the provisions in the grant, I think, will be put to good use to help stand up and accelerate our efforts there.
It's my understanding that we can recycle significant amounts of critical materials from used batteries and from other scrap metal. What percentage of the materials can be recovered from a used battery, and how much of the supply chain could come from recycled material if we had strong recycling programs? Sure,
I think that's, I think there's a great point to make in there. And first, to answer your question, of the, recoverable percents of the battery materials in an end-of-life battery of, nickel and cobalt and lithium, we can actually recover and recycle and reuse greater than 90% of those elements. So it's I think that's a key point, is that it's not like we're extracting these minerals and then we use them once and they're gone. It's something that once they're extracted and they're in a battery, we can actually use them over and over again. And we can do that here in the US. So I think that, continually expanding recycling efforts as well as collection efforts to make sure that we collect those end-of-life batteries is absolutely critical.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, how can we ensure that as we domesticate supply chains, that these jobs are good-paying union jobs located in areas that have lost manufacturing or have been historically disadvantaged?
Thank you so much for the question, Congressman Doyle, and thank you. I have to say, you've been such a champion and a friend of our unions, and on this issue in particular, going all the way back to Waxman-Markey with the Inslee-Doyle provisions that sought to ensure domestic competitiveness of the domestic industry. So thank you very much. I would say for our union and any labor organization, the first thing we would say is to pass the PRO Act. The Protecting the Right to Organize Act is the first way that we can make sure that the jobs that are created are union jobs. Our experience, unfortunately, has been that a lot of clean energy companies are very resistant to unions. And, our union and others have fought really hard and have tried for years to organize and to make those jobs good union jobs. If you look at jobs in the energy sector, or the manufacturing sector, there's a certain standard of living associated with those jobs. On average, our members in the steel or aluminum sector make, $85,000+ a year with benefits. That's not.
Yeah, I see my time is expired.
I'm sorry, go
and
ahead.
I don't want to take advantage of. I'm a stickler when I'm the subcommittee chair about time, so I don't want to break one of my own rules. But thank you for your testimony, and I want to thank all the members for their testimony. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Chairman Doyle yields back. The chair now recognizes Representative Rogers, full committee ranking member, for 5 minutes, please, to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think it's important that we take a step back and really look at what these policy mandates mean, what it's going to mean on American families. I think we just heard the word catastrophic. Now, Mr. Chairman, you said at the very beginning, it's difficult sometimes to get our head around this, that these are ambitious energy goals. I would respond to that. The reason it's difficult to get our head around it is because it is divorced from reality. As Mr. McKinley said, we need to focus on reality. We need to focus on the facts. What the majority is promoting right now, they say it's a transition to a clean energy future. Yet the reality is, it is wind, solar, and electric batteries at the exclusion of everything else. It's not technology neutral. You might want to, you include hydropower, for example, in your list of renewables. Well, in Washington State, Governor Inslee is working hard to tear out the dams in Washington State that produce the clean, renewable, reliable, affordable electricity. It is being threatened right now. We would welcome a debate around American leadership in reducing carbon emissions, but the frustration is that we seem to be focused solely on mandating wind, solar, and batteries and telling us to trust us, just trust us. That's why it's hard to get our head around it. One person, is it a clean transition, or are we really focused on reducing carbon emissions? Let's have the debate around reducing carbon emissions. Let's have that debate. Not mandating from Washington, D.C., the federal government mandating what qualifies and what not. Let's have really technology neutral. I met with the steelworkers last week in Spokane. Steelworkers from Kaiser Aluminum. Very proud of the work that they do for helping manufacturing of aircraft in the United States of America. Very proud of the work that they have done to help reduce carbon emissions, the carbon intensity of their products, their commitment to clean water. You know what? They're fearful, though. They're fearful of what's happening. They're fearful of China. They're fearful about losing their jobs. They're fearful of the current approach, that it is divorced from reality. Mr. Pugliaresi, I wanted to ask you, well, yeah, and there's the California model. Coming from Washington State, we seem to be really wanting to focus on the California example, and I'm very concerned California, they don't have reliability. They don't have confidence that when they need to heat their homes, they're going to be able to heat their homes. And now they're going to take the generators away that people were buying to try to help keep their homes heated. So they don't have reliability, they don't have affordability, they have the highest gas prices in America. In your testimony, you mentioned the example of Germany. Germany has headed down this path, lots of mandates. And what are they doing now? They're signing a pipeline with Russia to get their gas. Would you speak to affordable energy, the demand for oil and gas globally, and what it's going to mean when the United States is shutting down American energy, and what does that mean for global energy security, reliance, and especially on the people in the world that are living without electricity today that need energy?
Yeah, so first thing I think we sort of forget, between 2010 and 2019, the United States provided 80% of the incremental world demand in petroleum. It's quite a remarkable achievement. And the notion that somehow, and world demand for petroleum is back onto trend. We're somewhere approaching 100 million barrels a day. Now, at some point, we will use less petroleum, but that's going to take a long time. And if we proceed with a strategy to sort of disarm or to shut down our oil and gas production in the US, it's just going to shift the production to somewhere else. And it's going to shift it to the Middle East and Russia. And that's going to impose a very high cost and a tremendous strategic loss for us. We have spent 40 years becoming energy independent.
Right.
We shouldn't give that up.
That's right.
Until the replacement fuels are
I completely
ready to go.
agree, and it seems to be okay to get our, ask OPEC for more oil, but shut down pipelines in America. This makes no sense. It's divorced from reality. Let's get focused on the real goal of American leadership, reducing carbon emissions and continuing to lead the world in reducing carbon emissions. That should be the goal, not wind, solar, and batteries only. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes Representative DeGette, who serves as chair of the Subcommittee on Investigations and Oversight. Representative DeGette, you're recognized for 5 minutes for questions, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And let me just hook on to was what Ms. McMorris-Rogers just asserted. Some of us don't think we should just limit ourselves to wind and solar. So we think that we need to we do think that we need to have the goal of reducing emissions. But, there's a lot of hyper-partisanship in this committee and around Congress these days, and I think that's a real shame, because I think some of these issues that we're talking about today about supply chain and energy development and minerals, we can solve these in a bipartisan way that still is environmentally sound. And so I'm going to channel my inner John Dingell for a few minutes and ask the witnesses if they can please answer the following questions in a yes or no way. And I make it easy because the questions are drafted so you can do that. The first one is, do you think we should be doing more mining of the critical inputs needed for these technologies here in the U.S., while staying clear of critical water and ecological resources and respecting the rights of tribal nations and other communities? Mr. Zindler.
Yes, if you want an independent, energy independence.
Ms. Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Switzer.
I think it's a bit complicated. It's hard to say that it's a really like a yes or no question.
Okay, so you can't answer it. You don't. So do you think it would be a good goal to mine these things here in the U.S. while respecting the rights of tribes and others?
I think that in general the world will need more mining, but
Okay, so what about you? Can you pronounce your name?
Pugliaresi.
Mr. Pugliaresi, what about you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, should it be a goal of Congress and the administration within, say, 5 years to do most of the manufacturing required to produce our clean energy here in the U.S., or at least be partners upholding the same high labor and environmental standards? Mr. Zindler?
Yes, it should be the goal.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Dr. Switzer?
I think our goal should be to transition to clean energy, and then we should continually work in parallel to bring that manufacturing here.
I totally agree. Mr. Pugliaresi?
Yes.
Now, should it be a matter of U.S. policy to do the mining necessary for clean energy here in the U.S. and in countries upholding the same high labor and environmental standards that we have here? Mr. Zindler?
Yes, assuming we have the resources here.
Absolutely. Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Dr. Switzer?
I would also say yes with the same caveat around the resources and their economic viability.
Mr. Pugliaresi?
Yes.
And should it be a matter of U.S. policy to invest in technologies that reduce the amount of raw materials that need to be extracted in the first place? Mr. Zindler?
Yes.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Dr. Switzer?
Yes.
Mr. Pugliaresi?
Yes.
See, we can find agreement. I really appreciate it, and I know and Dr. Switzer, in fairness to you, I know that it's not always a simple answer, but in fact, I think we can all agree that our goal should be to mine these materials as much as possible, economically and practically in the U.S., or in places where the same high environmental and labor standards that we have in the U.S. are happening. And that's something that the Democrats agree with, and I know it's something that my Republican colleagues agree with. So I look forward to working with my friends on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Chairman, to make sure these things can happen, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes Dr. Burgess, please, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I wonder if I might continue just for a moment in the yes and no variety of questions, and we'll just go down the list as Chairwoman DeGette was doing. Would a real infrastructure bill have included a title on mining, Mr. Zindler?
I don't know. I'm not a legislator.
Ms. Brown?
I can't answer that in a yes or no.
The answer is yes, but Dr. Switzer?
I'm the recycling guy.
Mr. Pugliaresi?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And it is important because we do a lot of big policy things here in this committee, and we sometimes, I'm afraid, lose sight of the implications of that. And Mr. Pugliaresi, you've provided us with a series of very intriguing figures at the end of your written testimony. And it seems to me as I look at those, a recurrent theme through that is the timeline from where we are now, roughly 2020, to 2050, which is where we purport to be at a zero carbon emission energy production. The amount of energy required is going to go up by a lot. It varies, granted, but in your figure 11 on the number of exajoules required, it looks like it could go up a bunch. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, particularly when you consider the economic growth and the population growth we're going to see throughout the Asia Pacific and Africa. Large regions which are very energy short now, and as economic growth takes place, energy demand is going to accelerate.
So in order to account for that delta, where we are now and what will be required in 2050, that's the year that energy production is zero net carbon, is it possible to accommodate that increase that is going to be required? Is it possible to accommodate that with the traditional renewable methods, wind, solar, geothermal?
Absolutely not. You cannot get the density of power these countries need unless we have some major breakthroughs in these technologies. And even if they are possible, if they are costly, I can tell you they will not adopt them.
So there's a bill that Congress may be voting on before the week is over called the Build Back Better Act. And I had the occasion to spend 16 hours on the floor of the House last Friday dealing with the rule to debate that bill. And as best as I can determine, there's not $1 in the Build Back Better Act for research and deployment of new nuclear technology. And it would seem to me, in order to accommodate that delta of energy available and energy that's going to be required, it seems to me that nuclear will have to be part of that complement.
I couldn't agree more. Nuclear power is the only dense, not carbon-free fuel alternative that we really have. All the other carbon-free alternatives are, the density of energy they provide is much, much too little to achieve these goals in the developing world.
Well, I do want to thank you for providing us, I think, some significant facts in your testimony, and certainly the cautionary tale of what has happened in Germany with the too quick, the fragility that it's impacted into the system by going too quickly and abandoning the traditional sources of energy. Again, I believe that's a cautionary tale for us, and being from Texas, we witnessed what fragility of your energy supply looks like. We only have 1 week of winter in Texas, but it was a bad one. You may have read about it. It was in all the papers. So fragility in the system is something that I'm pretty sensitive to. As we heard on this committee years and years ago, without energy, life is cold, brutal, and short. And we kind of saw that up close and personal. So would you worry about imparting that kind of fragility into, and I'm just talking about the United States now, into the United States with too rapid a transition?
Yes, of course, the power systems are very complex, but integrating renewable intermittent sources in which we don't have a very sophisticated or ample system to back up this power we should move with extreme caution.
One of the probably more frightening things I've heard from a policy perspective, and granted it came from senators, which is always concerning, but the desire to abandon the United States being able to export crude oil, to put the ban back on export of crude oil. That is the one policy change in the last 10 years that really, I think, has made a difference as far as making America energy independent. And I really think we should be loath to give up that independence.
Well, we don't have a lot of time now. If we were to begin to shut down U.S. banned exports, we'd actually lose production and have higher prices.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes virtually Representative Schakowsky, who serves as chair of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Commerce. And so we recognize Chair Schakowsky now for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These are difficult issues to deal with, because all of us, I think, want to make sure that we have a sufficient energy supply. I think all of us probably definitely want to see more of a supply chain here in the United States. But one of the things that has frustrated me the most, and Ms. Brown, I'm going to ask you to respond to this concern of mine, is that there seems to be this thing about making choices between having enough energy, having enough good-paying jobs, by using the incumbent fuels and the incumbent manufacturing that we have right now. And my concern is, we just came off of an international report on how we're really at ground zero for climate change, and the international conference discussing how we are going to protect our planet, into the future for our children and grandchildren. So I guess the question that I want to ask, is this a choice between clean energy and good jobs? And how are we going to make sure that as we make this transition, that we can guarantee, because we know, and you actually mentioned in your testimony and explained that many workers are skeptical of the transition to clean energy. And what is it that we can do to make sure that we don't have to choose between the environment and these and energy security and good jobs?
Thank you so much for that question, Congresswoman, and shout out to the sign that's in the back there. No, it's a false choice. And, our former president, Leo Gerard, would say this all the time, that we don't need to choose between good jobs and a good environment. We can achieve both. And that quite literally has been the work of our union going back for more than 40 years around economic and environmental sustainability. We have always taken the position that it is partially our job to make sure that the employers that our members work for, the companies that they work for, are actually doing their part to be good environmental stewards. This goes all the way back to the first Clean Air Act, up to today, where we stand here encouraging Congress to move forward with good climate policy, but that you do it by putting workers first, by focusing on domestic industry, by looking at the existing capacity that we have here in the United States and each of the sectors that help to build this economy. There's a lot of conversation here today about the auto industry and EVs. Domestic industry and domestic workers were such a big part of building that industry in this country. Our members today remain a big part of the auto industry and bringing that into the future. We represent the largest workers in the auto supply chain. The entire domestic industry, steel, rubber, cement, glass, aluminum, copper, I could literally go down the list in terms of all of the products that steelworker members make. All of those products can play a role in the U.S. clean energy economy. In 10 years, the global market around clean energy technologies will be $23 trillion. We should not cede the capacity that we have here in the United States to other nations that are racing to get that. We should be building on what we have. And so, we stand here, we've been here, like I said, for 40 plus years in this fight, and we want to make sure that as we do this, workers are at the center. Thank you for the question.
Well, I appreciate that answer. I think this idea that unless we continue to do things as we have, and certainly there are many people that we have to do a really good job about a transition. But if we don't, I think we are in real trouble. And I think that I'm grateful that the workers in these industries are part of the solution. So thank you very much for your response. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes Representative Lotta. Gentleman from Ohio for 5 minutes, please.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to our witnesses for being with us today. And before we look to the future, I believe it's important that we acknowledge the real challenges that are currently facing our energy producers and the consequences that we resolve from the recent political proposals to shut down energy delivery systems in this country. And specifically, I'm referring to the operation of Line 5. And as my friend from Michigan has already alluded, Line 5 is essential to the Midwest. Earlier this month, after reading press reports from the Biden administration was examining the consequences of shutting down Line 5, I led a letter with 12 of my colleagues to President Biden outlining our grave concerns with this possible action. Line 5 is essential to heating homes and operating businesses, to our farming operations, and to the continuing economic vitality in northern Ohio. Terminating Line 5's operation will exacerbate shortages and price increases in home heating fuels like natural gas and propane at a time when Americans are facing inflationary challenges. Thankfully, it appears the President read our letter because his White House has walked back their comments and has said they are no longer considering shutting down Line 5 at this time. We need to continue to make clear that we should be working to improve the lives of hardworking Americans and not playing political games with their livelihoods or well-beings. Mr. Pugliaresi, you state in your testimony, other measures under consideration, such as halting crude oil exports or a release of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve without a genuine supply disruption, are likely to be counterproductive. How do you mean by counterproductive, especially when we know that with this, we have the oil in the ground? Should we be tapping into the SPR at this time?
So the question of the SPR is that it has traditionally, and in my own experience with it, it should be used for a true emergency, for a crisis that threatens national security or the economic security of the country. And if we tend to use it as a kind of commodity adjuster, I think we're going to diminish its reliability as an important source for emergencies. Unfortunately, the Congress has also looked at the strategic reserve, and through a series of budget measures that have been passed over the years, to reduce its size. We have generally not thought that was a good idea, but the Congress proceeds with its will on this issue. So once again, if we're going to reduce its size over time, what we have remaining, we would suggest be kept in reserve for a true critical emergency.
Well, and again, when you think of the oil that we have in the ground at this time and being able to produce Saudi Arabia and Russia, I'd say that's not a good time to be using it. And you also state one of the reasons the U.S. has achieved energy independence is that the production platform is efficient. How do you mean efficient?
So if you think about the United States, it's a very large continental landmass. The notion that you could solve our problems by banning exports is a kind of not too thoughtful, let's say. For example, a refiner in Hawaii may want to purchase his crude from Indonesia, while an exporter out of Texas may want to ship his light crude to a more efficient processing facility abroad. But all of that, the fact that we solved this massive transportation solution in the U.S. has ended up in the U.S. being a net exporter. Right now, we may be a slight net importer, and so we end up exporting some crude oil, but we also end up exporting a lot more highly valued petroleum products. All of this allows the crude oil to be produced more efficiently, and it also allows us to be one of the largest refiners in the world. And it's that efficient platform which gives us the capacity to expand production over time and to deal with large variations in crude oil demand.
In my last 45 seconds, I'd like to switch over to on the nuclear side, because right now the U.S. is importing over 80% of the uranium from other countries. What are the potential energy and security challenges to the U.S. if we don't invest more in our own domestic mining?
Well, for uranium, of course, we have a series of not just trade arrangements, but treaty arrangements. I'm sure you're well aware of those. But probably, if we can find ways to cost-effectively produce more here at home, we should do that. If there are regulatory impediments that are prohibiting that, we would say, okay, we should take a hard look at those and see what we can do to have a cost-effective strategy for producing uranium as well.
Well, thank you. Mr. Chairman, my time's expired, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes virtually the gentlelady from California, Representative Matsui. You're recognized for 5 minutes, please, to ask questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the witnesses for being with us today. We know that we're at the crossroads of an economic and technological transition. Support for clean energy deployment keeps rising, and production costs continue dropping. But as a person who's very interested in new technologies, I know that increased demand does not always translate into robust domestic production. And that's why I'm proud to champion the CHIPS Act, legislation to strengthen the U.S. semiconductor industry, an industry which, as you may know, has experienced a growing influence of foreign companies. To truly prepare for a clean energy future, I believe it's crucial that we establish industrial leadership here in the United States to secure our supply chain and bolster our competitiveness in the 21st century. Now, as we transition to a clean energy economy, we have the opportunity to do what the fossil fuel industry never did, to set out from the beginning to better protect the communities and environments impacted by energy development. It is my understanding that robust investments in a domestic circular economy for critical minerals is crucial to establish a sustainable supply chain. Dr. Switzer, can critical mineral recycling help meet the growing demand for these materials?
Thank you. Yes, it most certainly can. And I think, one important, maybe like just an example to highlight on recycling in particular, and, with regards to cobalt is there's often a lot of talk of cobalt and cobalt mining, but the really interesting thing with recycling is that, the batteries that we're putting on the road today and in the latest and greatest electric vehicles actually use much less cobalt than the batteries that are coming off the road or that are coming out of cell phones and such. So we can actually thrift that cobalt, recycle it, and use it to go farther for use in EVs. Such that Redwood Materials actually thinks.
Can I ask you, Dr.
Yes.
Switzer?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
What efforts should Congress prioritize to support the establishment of more critical mineral recycling facilities and better collection infrastructure?
Yes, I think with regards to consumer electronics, we most certainly need to improve our collection infrastructure, and that's one of the things that Redwood Materials is working on. But I also think further investment in things like recycling technologies, recycling facilities, as well as the refining and battery materials manufacturing side of the industry is absolutely critical.
Okay, fine. Now, transportation is the most polluting sector in our economy, making electric vehicle adoption critical to improve air quality for our communities and combat climate change. Mr. Zindler, in your testimony, you mentioned that when it comes to electric vehicles, the most critical and costly component is the battery. Will domestic manufacturing of lithium-ion batteries accelerate domestic production and adoption of EVs?
So thank you for that question. I would say this, that what we've seen in other parts of the world is that when there's a clear signal sent about long-term demand for EVs, fairly quickly an ecosystem of battery production crops up. And that happened in China, which obviously had a sort of a history of producing batteries, but China, South Korea, and now Europe very quickly is ramping up. And once there's that signal sent, then very quickly you can see all the various components of battery manufacturing sort of grouped together. But until that signal is sent, you do a lot of importing. And so I think a lot of what the market is waiting for is a clear signal on this. And I would just point out one thing which was mentioned earlier, which is to say that the administration has only supported wind, solar, and batteries. Unfortunately, Congressman Burgess has left, but I just for the record would like to point out that there was $10 billion in funding for hydrogen in the infrastructure bill, $6 billion in funding for conventional nuclear reactors, which is critical if we want to achieve decarbonization, $11 billion for carbon capture and storage, and another $3.2 billion for advanced nuclear reactors. So it was a bill that covered a lot of technologies that certainly were not wind or solar or batteries, and it is now law.
Okay, quickly, what are the emissions comparisons between a newly manufactured battery and a recycled one? Because we need to look at everything here.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that question.
Okay, what are the emissions comparisons between a newly manufactured battery and a recycled one?
What are the nearest comparisons?
No, the emissions.
Oh, the emissions comparison. Oh, I couldn't tell you right off the top of my head. Maybe Dr. Switzer can weigh in on that one.
Okay.
It's a drastic improvement, obviously, because in a battery you've got all of those elements in one place that you need, typically at higher concentrations than are in mined ores. It's a dramatic improvement over mining.
Okay. Well, I really want to know between a manufactured one and a recycled one, but I'll leave that question for someone else to ask. I yield back. Thank you.
You're most welcome. The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia. Representative Griffith, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the National Highway System Designation Act of 1995, the Coalfields Expressway was designated as quote, a congressional high-priority corridor. Coalfields Expressway in my part of Virginia is not built. It's not close to being built. The Coalfields Expressway opens up, as you might guess, the Virginia coalfields, so we can shift our economy, but it's not built. It opens up Dickinson and Buchanan counties. We haven't kept our promises from the past. And yet, I hear all kinds of laudatory comments today about last week's infrastructure bill. The new money in that bill for highways and bridges coming to all of Virginia is a few $1 billion at best. Coalfields Expressway will cost $30 billion plus to complete. Now, we spent lots of money on new promises and funding rich folks to buy electric cars and all kinds of charging station money. And I checked, the cheapest electric car that I could find was $39,999. A battery, to replace a battery in a car that starts to degrade around 65,000 miles and is generally guaranteed up to 100, but that doesn't mean it's at 100%, but to 100,000 miles. A new battery costs between $5,000 and $15,000. Dickinson County, Coalfields Expressway. According to an article in today's online news, the Cardinal News, household income under $30,000. Mass transit in rural counties is not an option. The folks I represent can't afford an electric car. Doesn't matter how wonderful it is. And when used ones come along, they're not going to be able to afford those either, because just a new battery will cost them $5,000 to $15,000. I know there are a lot of good intentions. And sometimes I think we live in two different worlds. Because Northern Virginia has 5 of the wealthiest counties in the country. But the part I represent, the whole area I represent, 29 different jurisdictions, including Blacksburg, Virginia, and Montgomery County, which has some wealth, and Roanoke area that has some wealth, the median household income is about $48,000, a little over $48,000. So, Dr. Switzer, I'm all for your recycling. Can you bring a plant to my area? Can you bring jobs to my area?
I think there is a tremendous opportunity for, one, domesticating the supply chain, for bringing plants to the United States. I think those plants do come with thousands of jobs. Another point on the cost is, the cost of
will they come to an area that doesn't have a good highway system and takes you about an hour to get to an interstate? You don't have to answer that question. It was a rhetorical question. Let me get on to what I originally was going to talk about before I got fired up about folks thinking all of this was going to solve all the problems of the world. Would it make sense for you all to build in an existing plant, to expand an existing plant, or to retool an existing plant that's already there? Would that make some sense for you?
Yes, we're evaluating all options, including what we would call brownfield or existing plants.
I appreciate that. And what type of air emissions and waste will your facilities produce? Do you all know?
So we're targeting net zero. I mean, our mission is really around driving the reduction of emissions. So we think we need to lead that space and are really targeting zero emissions with as little to no waste, repurposing any waste essentially as byproducts that can be sold into the market.
Mr. Pugliaresi, anything you want to add to what I've had to say in the questions I've asked Dr. Switzer?
Yeah, so I do think that one dilemma we face is that, well, we have this aspirational goal. We need to move to technologies that are actually more cost-effective, cheaper than what we're using now. Because for large parts of our national economy, if transition to the fuels of the future mean their bills go way up, I think we're going to be very unhappy. because they're going to resist these things.
And when those fuel costs go up, it's going to cost the people in my district a lot of money, and it's not just a few pennies here and there, as some might feel, but it's real pain. I have to yield back. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, who serves as chair of the Select Committee on Climate. And recognize representative for 5 minutes, please.
Well, thank you, Chair Tonko and Chair Rush. Thank you to our witnesses. This is a very important topic because developing a low-carbon supply chain here in America is how we're going to create new jobs and reduce costs on consumers and boost our economy. It also has the side benefits of improving public health and reducing harmful carbon pollution. I think the clean energy economy is the surest way to reduce household energy costs over the long term and ensure reliable energy in the face of volatile fossil fuel markets. So let's talk a little bit about that. And it really is exciting for you all to be here and talking about this the day after we signed this historic Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. It was great to see bipartisan attendance there on the South Lawn yesterday, and back home in Florida. Folks are so excited to get to work now on clean energy and resilience and making sure that our kids have a more livable planet. But everyone across the globe is dealing with the volatility in the fossil fuel markets and uncertainty from the ongoing pandemic, and that includes businesses and factories making the products that we buy, especially when it comes to all of the components that go into clean energy. These volatile fossil fuel prices are yet another reason we should be moving as quickly as possible to cheaper, cleaner energy. So, Mr. Switzer, given the impact of high fossil fuel prices across the globe, wouldn't businesses benefit by decoupling supply chains from increasingly volatile fossil fuel markets?
Yes, I think so. I think not only decoupling them, but also localizing them to the United States.
Go into that in greater detail. I mean, this is a big country. We have different resources all across the country. The Biden administration is focused on implementing those kind of strategies. What advice would you give them across this big, beautiful, diverse country?
I think, one of the things that's brought this to light so recently is the semiconductor situation and, kind of the havoc that it's wreaked throughout the supply chain. And I think a lot of our partners are starting to really evaluate kind of how their supply chains are set up and what the risk is across the supply chain. So we think that there is, a certain degree of supply chain security that can be had by localizing manufacturing here to the U.S. But we also think, coupled with that, there's of course jobs. And then coupled with that, there's the idea that we can reduce the cost by doing so. So it seems like it would be a win-win to us.
Mr. Zindler, would you like to add your views?
Was a couple of quick thoughts, which is just to point out the basic thing, which is that renewable energy effectively has zero marginal cost. So unless you know differently, you don't have to pay for wind and you don't have to pay for sun. So typically in competitive electricity markets, it's wind and solar that are reducing the cost of electricity, not raising it. When we think about some of the factors that have affected the spikes in prices around the world, typically we're talking about higher fossil fuel prices that have been contributing to that, and frankly, some political actions from Vladimir Putin and others that have had some real effects on that as well. So I think it's just worth making that one basic point, because we've heard a lot about higher energy costs, and there's no question that they're higher. But actually, electricity prices have not been going up as much as gasoline prices, and part of that is because of renewables. And last thing I'd point out is also, as we think about the 800 million people who lack any electricity access in the world right now, the lowest cost potential solution for that is solar plus a battery. It is cheaper than a diesel generator, and it's particularly cheaper now that diesel costs are higher. And so the opportunities for export and for global proliferation of these technologies remains thanks to the current conditions.
And we want America to be in the lead. We want to build these industries and improve our supply chains to help the world in the transition to clean energy. I'm hopeful, I'm out of town, but I'm hopeful that the steelworkers can be an integral part of that as well. So thank you very much for appearing here today. I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio. Representative Johnson, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I might point out that the cause of the uncertainty right now in energy costs in America has more to do with the policies of this administration that's making it difficult for investors to invest and producers to produce. And the only thing volatile about fossil fuels is how efficiently and low cost they burn to heat and fuel America's homes. But you know, as we sit here today, America's going through an unprecedented energy and inflation crisis, and unfortunately, the Energy and Commerce Committee, the committee that has the authority and the power to do something about it, is not rising to the occasion. Just a couple of weeks ago, as reports predicting winter price spikes for gasoline, propane, and heating oil made headlines, what did this committee do? It hosted a hearing on offshore windmills. You heard that right, windmills. Now we're back here again, using our limited time and resources discussing batteries, solar panels, and renewable power projects, all of which dangerously rely on China for the processing and manufacturing of critical components. Friends, winter is here. If the United States Congress is going to do something about this current energy crisis, it is our job as the Energy and Commerce Committee to hold hearings on it. Republicans have asked for hearings, Mr. Chairman, but that call has gone unanswered by the majority. The hardworking families we represent need to heat their homes, not be lectured to by Democrats fresh off their Scotland trip, hobnobbing with the international elite on how we must rush to a decarbonized green future. So speaking of Europe, Mr. Pugliaresi, in your testimony you mentioned Europe as a cautionary tale that we as policymakers here should learn from. For example, it's been widely reported that Germany is the country who has gone down the rush to green path the furthest, resulting in German citizens paying some of the highest prices for energy in the entire world. Recently, White House Press Secretary Jim Psaki, in response to concerns about energy price spikes here at home, said that we need to, quote, double down on our investment and our focus on clean energy options. Mr. Pugliaresi, drawing on your expertise, studying European energy policies, will my constituents and constituents around this country pay more or less for electricity, gasoline, and propane if Democrats double down on weather-dependent renewables while continuing this war on oil and gas production here at home?
So thank you so much for that question. Actually, just yesterday, Tudor Pickering issued a very interesting report, and they showed that the price of electricity was highly correlated to the penetration of renewable fuels. Because even though, admittedly, wind and solar can be quite cheap, integrating them into the power system is not. And as the percentage rises in those systems, as they have in Germany and as they have in the UK, intermittent sources are cheap when they're working. When they're not working, they can provide system instability and rising costs because of the fuels are so expensive to back them up.
So the basic answer to your question is, if they double down on this, we can expect our constituents to have higher prices.
Absolutely.
Well, Mr. Pugliaresi, in 2019, the U.S. became a net energy exporter and achieved the most energy secure position we could possibly be in. Energy prices were affordable and consumers benefited across the entire country. Under the Biden administration, gas prices have nearly doubled since last year. Inflation is surging across the board, a major factor being the energy cost to get products to market. And yet Democrats want to keep America's abundant and affordable oil and gas resources in the ground, raising taxes and increasing regulations. What effect will this flawed Biden strategy have on energy prices this winter and looking ahead to next year?
So, you know, I'm reluctant to blame the short-term thing on all the measures that the administration has undertaken, but because I think they are largely related to the COVID pandemic, but they are setting a set of expectations. And expectations, even though expectations do show up in current behavior, in storage ideas, how much money people are, you know, how we're going to deal with supplies. And so I think the mistake the administration is making is they're creating an expectation of pessimism regarding the U.S. capacity to produce more oil and gas. The restrictions on federal lands, the hostility towards oil and gas when it is the fundamental fuel the world is continuing to use. So I think they're sending the wrong signals, and those are showing up in the marketplace, but it's hard to measure them.
Thank you. Thanks for the indulgence, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes virtually the gentleman from Maryland. Representative Sarbanes, you're recognized, please, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity, and I want to thank the witnesses who have joined us today. I'm very pleased to see this recognition that, in addition to being a very critical step, obviously, in improving the health of our environment, this ongoing transition to a clean energy and renewable future and the manufacturing that can go with it has the potential to be a real leading edge in economic growth for the country. Creating, deploying clean energy technologies offers a really valuable opportunity for this to foster growth in American manufacturing industries, which can help them thrive, obviously, and to create jobs and rebuild the economy. This is particularly true for communities like Baltimore that I represent that were historically manufacturing hubs and still retain significant manufacturing resources. Ms. Brown, could you speak to some of the specific ways that developing renewable energy projects can provide jobs and revitalize communities that used to be more active in manufacturing? In other words, thinking about how we reclaim some of these manufacturing hubs with the clean energy jobs opportunities that we're speaking about.
Thank you for the question, Congressman. And earlier, I mentioned Sparrows Point Steel, which is the new steel fabrication facility that is on the hallowed grounds of the former Bethlehem Steel in Baltimore. And, you know, I think how that project came together is actually a model for what can be done as we look at communities around the country that really do need to be revitalized. That was a true partnership between our union and U.S. Wind. You know, I think there was a respect there on the part of U.S. Wind for what that facility meant to our union, how important it was to our DNA, but also they saw the Baltimore area as one that really did need an infusion of economic activity. And so we came together to work towards that project really being developed. And we continue to work together. We're going to work with them to attract the workers for this facility. So on the other side of it, again, you know, we'll have about 500 folks working at that facility, and they'll all be members of the Steelworkers Union. So that's a model that we support.
That's terrific. Let me talk a little bit about this idea that while we want to explore the opportunities to restore manufacturing as we make these green components of a clean energy future, that we want the manufacturing process itself to also be green. And maybe Ms. Brown, you could speak to this, and also Mr. Zindler. How do we ensure that the types of manufacturing that we're talking about today are themselves low emissions? So we're getting that green current, in a sense, through all aspects of the operation.
I'll speak quickly so that we can get to Mr. Zindler, but the Department of Energy plays a huge role here. We have a huge feat to decarbonize the industrial sector broadly, and they are rich in resources and innovation to help the industrial sector get there. And so we've worked with them really closely over the years. We continue to work with them now to identify the technologies like direct air capture, carbon capture, and others that hopefully policies will pull forward to help decarbonize the industrial sector.
Thank you, Mr. Zindler.
If I understand, the question was around making sure lower emissions around the manufacturing of clean energy goods.
Correct.
Hard to answer that in 40 seconds, and I know Dr. Switzer is probably better, but I would just say that in particular, up the value chain, batteries, as we think about it, mining is probably an area for real focus. Full life, both from at the very beginning of life and at the very end of life in terms of recycling. And some of the policies that frankly are not, which have not been adopted yet, I think are worth closer consideration to incentivize that type of activity.
Great. Thanks very much. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back the chair. Now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana. Dr. Bouchon, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Zindler, are you an economist?
Am I a what?
An economist.
I've been an energy industry analyst for 15 years.
Okay, economist, not a you're not a
I have
you're an
an
analyst. You're a journalist.
I have an MBA. I don't know what.
Okay,
what,
you're
I
so
don't-
you're
I
a
don't have a
journalist.
PhD.
The reason I'm asking is because you're talking about a lot of economy stuff, and you're a journalist that covers and commentator that covers
My
the
firm
the clean energy industry. Correct?
Could I answer the question?
Yeah.
My firm has been providing research to major investors in clean
Okay.
energy and all energy, including, I would add, oil majors and others for 15 years.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that since you seem to be talking about the economy. The other thing I want to say is all of us up here on the dais represent different areas of the United States of America. We don't represent Germany, France, England, or anywhere. So I know there's been a lot of comments. I'm not directing this at you, I'm just saying in general, about what other countries are doing. I don't really care. I care about what the people in Southwest Indiana are doing. That's who I represent, just as Morgan Griffith talked about Virginia. So I just want to clarify that. When I saw the hearing, I thought we were going to be talking about supply chain things that would help my constituents who are spending more of their money than ever for Thanksgiving meals, Christmas presents, et cetera. Unfortunately, again, we're focusing on creating supply chains for wind and solar energy. Don't get me wrong, I support that. I believe it's important for private industry to continue innovating to reliably, affordably, and sustainably to meet our energy needs. And I'm supportive of an all-above technology innovative process. However, at this time, my constituents in Indiana are experiencing rising inflation, paying gas prices at the pump that are nearly 70% higher than last year, and seeing their energy bills increase just in time for them to need to heat their homes in the winter. That's what I'm concerned about. This committee's attention needs to be focused on those things. And as it relates to the current energy crisis, COVID has had a major effect, no doubt. But I'm concerned that the administration's unfriendly policies toward domestic energy producers and dramatically unrealistic goals. I get it, but the elephant standing over in the corner of the room is everybody in this room knows that these goals are unrealistic and can't be accomplished. We all know that. Right? It's a political thing. It's trying to help certain industries because it's political. We all know this is unrealistic timelines. We should just quit fooling ourselves. And also, we're surrendering our energy future to foreign countries and hurting ratepayers at home when the foreign countries don't even like us. And as we look for the supply chain of wind and solar, I'd be remiss if I didn't join my colleagues in pointing out that a more certain, reliable supply chain, if we opened our lands to mining critical minerals and rare earth elements in an environmentally safe way rather than being dependent on child and slave labor, that's what it is. That's the other elephant in the room. We all know what's happening in China and other areas of the world. We look the other way because it's benefiting our green energy goals here in the United States. And I do find it interesting, the same people promoting this massive expansion in demand for batteries, and a massive expansion has been talked about, are the same people supporting the environmentalists who are shutting down our ability to mine fossil fuels in this country. And if you don't think their next step is going to be not allowing domestic production of the minerals we need to expand our clean energy goals as it relates to battery technology, you're fooling yourself. It's just craziness. So, Mr. Pugliaresi, again, and I know we've gone over a lot of this, I'm further down here, but could you describe, again, the extent at which our country is reliant upon foreign countries like China to supply the key components needed to build solar panels and wind turbines?
So yes, so if you look at some of the critical components there in the charts, it's quite interesting that the demand for these components accelerate dramatically as we rely more on renewable technologies. And that is not an area where we have an advantage right now. And the area we do have an advantage is oil and gas. We are the world's largest oil producer, the world's largest gas producer. We are a dominant player. We can affect what happens to prices if we ensure that the industry remains efficient and can produce at capacity.
So let me say, I'm intrigued by the recycling situation, and this isn't a question for you, but just in my own office, years ago I started, okay, what are we going to do with all these solar panels? You know, when they're end of life, 25 years or whatever. You know, they all go to landfills right now, right? They have like all kinds of bad metals in them, including lead and others. We just throw them in the United States, we throw them in a landfill. I think everybody knows that. So I started looking into, well, what are we going to do about that? What's Europe do? Well, they recycle, and you know, they're trying to do that. And so I approached the industry that produces them potentially in the United States, and they were adamantly against recycling. Adamantly against it. And you know why? They said, because we can't compete with China already. How are we going to compete if you force us to put recycling in the life, in the entire life of our solar panels here in the U.S.? So we're looking the other way when it comes to recycling. Everybody should look at just throwing all these things in landfills, because that's what we're going to do. You know, if we're truly interested in this, let's quit being hypocrites and look at the entire life chain, or whatever you want to call it, of renewable projects. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California. Mr. McNerney is recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Well, I thank the chair, and I thank the witnesses for your testimony this morning. I also ask that the gentleman from Indiana please refrain from speaking for me on the committee here in these hearings. Today, we are already in the era of disruptive climate change. Decades of inaction have now required us to rapidly decarbonize our economy, or else subject future years to disaster after disaster. And you know, any Energy and Commerce hearing would not be complete without one of the Republicans' off-based California bashing. Today, I'll thank the ranking member of the full committee for that honor. But as we saw in February's winter storm in Texas, having a domestic supply chain of fossil fuel is not sufficient for energy resilience. Instead, it demonstrated a need to rebuild our energy system based on resilience. And I agree again with my Republican colleagues that we need to invest in nuclear energy, including advanced nuclear energy, and that's why I voted for the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which includes support for nuclear energy innovation, funding to keep existing nuclear plants online, and $6 billion for microreactors, small modular reactors, and advanced nuclear reactors. That's also why I support the Build Back Better Act, which includes a nuclear energy tax credit and $500 million for high-assay, low-enriched uranium, both of which are important investments in our nuclear generation capability. If my Republican colleagues want to walk the walk on nuclear energy, they should have voted for the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and they should vote for the Build Back Better bill. So, I'm very excited this morning to hear from Dr. Switzer about how much our battery supply needs can be met by recycling of existing batteries. Dr. Switzer, are there other battery chemistry and storage technologies available that are less reliant on critical minerals or use more readily available material inputs?
Thank you for the question. I would like to answer your question, but just one kind of point of clarification from a previous comment around the recycling of solar panels is actually that Redwood Materials, just recently announced that we are actually recycling solar panels in partnership with a company called ERI out of California. So I do think that recycling of solar panels can be done, and we can recover those minerals out of solar panels economically.
Good.
With regards to battery chemistries and reducing the reliance on any given mineral, I think that is happening. There are a number of different battery chemistries under development. Some are being commercialized today, and the chemistries are constantly changing with respect to the elements they contain. And again, to a specific example would there be cobalt and the continuing reduction of cobalt in battery chemistries.
Well, what kind of federal support is needed then to diversify material inputs for grid-scale batteries?
I think continued investment and support of not only kind of research, but also the manufacturing that needs to happen here in the U.S. is critical. I think we can't only focus on the front end of research, we've also got to focus on the commercialization and manufacturing.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to see that the U.S. has built on my early work in wind energy technology development by creating a robust wind energy manufacturing industry operating across more than 500 facilities. The industry has now reached a point of maturity where the early wind turbines have reached the end of their operational lives. Mr. Zindler, are there investments being made in identifying new recycling processes or bases to recycle wind turbine blades?
There are, although to be honest with you, I can't recall exactly where at this point. Happy to follow up with you afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Brown, in your testimony, you discussed mistakes the U.S. solar energy made that resulted in offshoring of much of the manufacturing. Are there lessons to be learned from onshore wind industry, which has a relatively robust domestic manufacturing presence, and how could these be applied to more nascent clean energy industries?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. It actually goes back to the remarks I made earlier about the work that was done with the onshore wind industry and our union. We, many years ago, worked with the then American Wind Energy Association to increase the domestic content used in onshore wind, because at one point it was abysmal. And ultimately, after that work that we did together, the percentages were upwards of 50%. But it came with a partnership and a willingness on their part to make different investments. So I think that's a model, again, that we can follow as we look at other technologies.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina. Representative Duncan, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. McNerney for his mentioning of nuclear power, and I agree with him. I think we ought to take it up in a separate bill dealing with the next generation of nuclear power and not in a socialist $3.5 trillion spending bill. But we've heard a lot about the infrastructure bill just signed into law by President Biden yesterday. But I believe that the Tax Cut and Jobs Act created more jobs because it did it through private dollars and tax savings and incentivized innovation and development in the private sector versus spending American tax dollars, $1.2 trillion in American tax dollars, to try to create jobs with government money. Let's follow the science and the facts. Let's not use manipulated computer models or hockey sticks or unrealistic timelines. The United States of America, without being mandated to comply with wealth redistribution treaties and accords coming out of Kyoto or Paris, has actually lowered its carbon emissions below the targets that were set by those accords. And they didn't do it because they were mandated. They did it because American innovation and technology. Why and how? Innovation, period. The problem with these accords and treaties, including the recent climate summit in Glasgow, is less about what was in those treaties and accords and more about who wasn't there and who wasn't party to that. And that's China and Russia, period. Mr. Chairman, if we're really serious about global climate, instead of further hurting the American economy, American families paying much higher prices at the pump and in their utility bills and attempting to kill the robust and thriving American energy industry, well, it was thriving before Joe Biden became President Joe Biden. We should hold a hearing on the true polluters, China and Russia, and massive emitters of carbon that were not present part of these accords. If the world wants to really address global carbon emissions that many believe are contributing to climate change, how do we do that? When China can continue to pump carbon at higher and higher levels through what, 2030, 2035? And Democrats want to penalize American industries and require average American families to pay more to heat and cool their homes, to drive their kids to school, or drive their car to attend their worship service at their church. America needs and Americans demand 24/7, 365 baseload power supply. Now, Ms. Brown represents the United Steelworkers, and in order to make steel and refine aluminum and manufacture titanium products, these industries require huge amounts of power generation, huge. These smelters run on a heck of a lot of power. And it has to be always on and always available because you don't want that puppy to cool. Mr. Chairman, we need a hearing on nuclear power and how it will play a part in the energy security and in our energy future, especially when you think in terms of that 24/7, 365 reliability. And Mrs. Brown, this is rhetorical. Have the steelworkers thought in terms of 24/7, 365 baseload power, powering furnaces to smelt iron into steel? You see, you say in your testimony that a transition to clean energy economy can and will, with government support, will ensure the preeminence of American manufacturing sector for the rest of the 21st century. You went through a list of United Steelworkers, and you represent steel, glass, rubber, paper, concrete, but the manufacturing of all these requires tremendous energy usage. Understand that your members want to manufacture the clean energy components, and I want to manufacture them here as well, because I believe they are part of the future. And I'd much rather manufacture them here than have China or somewhere else manufacture them. But right now, China does, as well as they mine most of the rare earth minerals that make it all possible, because they control the mineral rights and do the mining. China can do all this much cheaper than here in the United States because they don't have to pay union wages and they operate state-owned entities. We need a hearing on and legislation to address the future of nuclear power, the next generation, because guess what? That's another area that China is beating us, is in the future of nuclear technology. Let me end with this and my time. Socialism controls and pushes its version of the future onto a populace. Free markets create through innovation and investments. Let's unleash the American ingenuity and innovation and create our own energy future. I believe, as many Republicans do, that wind and solar and hydrogen and all these emerging technologies ought to be part of the energy matrix. We truly believe that. And we believe, and because we have seen it, that the American economy, the innovators and entrepreneurs will create these products. They will. If there's a market for it, and if they truly believe in it, it shouldn't be a socialist government pushing that down. We can do that while we continue doing what we've done over the last 20 years. And that's lower America's carbon emissions without being held hostage to these accords that punish the United States, that punish the United States manufacturers, punish our energy sector, punish moms and dads by paying higher prices at the pump, higher prices for their utilities to heat and cool their homes. And we allow our adversaries to continue unfettered, and that's not fair to America. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. We now recognize virtually the gentlelady from New York, former Vice Chair of the full committee, Standing Committee on Energy and Commerce. Representative Clark, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our ranking members for holding today's hearing on the importance of strengthening our domestic supply chains and investing in clean energy, in a clean energy economy. And to our witnesses who have graciously joined us today, allow me to thank you for your testimony. As a nation, we will not address the existential threat of climate change with a singular solution. Rather, we will need to utilize all the tools in our arsenal, especially bold investments and advancements in renewable energy. I believe it's important we continue to build out this industry, and I'm happy to see the Biden administration's plan to expand the country's wind energy output to 110 gigawatts by 2050. I strongly believe that me and my constituents in Brooklyn, have a prime opportunity to ensure that the administration achieves this crucial goal while tackling the climate crisis. So in Brooklyn, we have the opportunity to and ability to lead the nation when it comes to offshore wind production. Already plans are in place to build a new wind turbine assembly plant in the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal to expand offshore wind farms in Long Island, which will generate a total of 3.3 gigawatts of energy per year, enough to power more than 1.8 million homes. We talk all the time about bringing forth a Green New Deal and how important it is that we create new green jobs in the clean energy economy. Well, now is the time, and bold investments in offshore wind is a big part of how we do it. So, Ms. Brown, the federal government has several tools, including the Department of Energy's Loan Programs Office, the Department of the Interior's offshore leasing process, that support the financing or permitting of offshore wind projects. Do you think the federal government can or should use those programs to ensure that federally supported projects are making investments in building a domestic offshore wind supply chain?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman, and absolutely. But I also think there needs to be some additional work done. There is not enough done to actually connect the dots between what is domestically available when it comes to offshore wind, and that work needs to be done. There was a video, actually, that our president sent around to a few of us the other day that really lays out the tremendous array of components that go into an offshore turbine. And we really need to do a full-scale scope out of what is domestically available so that we can then connect those domestic producers to those projects. That's the work that our union is focused on right now, to make sure that we are identifying the supply chain and that we are connecting that supply chain, whether they're in Ohio or Virginia or South Carolina or Georgia or wherever they are in this country, to the projects that are being created in Long Island and Maryland and other places around the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. Zindler, in your testimony, you detail some of the complexities associated with wind turbine production. Can you elaborate on the current state of our domestic manufacturing capabilities as well as their potential?
So for onshore wind turbines at the moment, there's only 6 countries in the world that can produce every component of a wind turbine, and the US is one of them. And so for the final wind turbines that have been built onshore, and I'm focusing on onshore because we basically built almost nothing offshore, the US primarily meets its own demand with our own supply for the final turbine. However, there's a considerable portion typically of these turbines, maybe 30–40%, that consist of components that are often imported, including from places like China. So you know, it's a more localized supply chain, certainly than the solar industry has been, but it is but it's not fully 100% U.S. made typically for a typical wind turbine that gets installed.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, given a well-trained workforce is critical to the development of a competitive supply chain, what measures is the USW taking to ensure that its members are prepared for the clean energy jobs of today and tomorrow? And is there a role for the federal government to further support those workforce development efforts?
Thank you again for the question. I'll reverse my response. Yes, there's a huge role for the federal government to support workforce training programs, absolutely. We have to make sure that as we're looking at where to make the investments in specific communities, we've talked a lot about Baltimore, there are other communities around the country, rural areas, as we're making investments in these communities to bring manufacturing or whatever, that we're then also lining that up with workforce training in those communities. In terms of our union, you know, we're not a building trades union, so we don't run a hiring hall, but we do work really closely with our employers to make sure that there's consistent on-the-job training as these technologies are being advanced and created.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back and I appreciate your indulgence.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Representative Wahlberg, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the panel for being here today. Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, we may sound like a broken record here, but that's only because the majority continues to ignore the reality that there is an energy crisis raging across our country and in my state of Michigan right now. Gas prices are soaring by 80%. Heating bills are projected to be nearly 60% more expensive this winter, and supplies are waning, and that's a big deal for Michigan in the winter. Our president admitted that he has no solutions, and our energy secretary, our former governor in Michigan, laughed. She laughed at American families struggling to afford to heat their home or drive their cars. This hearing is supposed to be about the supply chain challenges of a zero-carbon economy. How about instead we first focus on the supply chain crisis of the current energy economy? Mr. Pugliaresi, I'm sure you've read the recent reports that the Biden administration is considering shutting down Line 5, as Michigan Governor Whitmer is attempting to do. In court, some reports are saying the decision may solely be based on political pressures. That's a scary thought. You have decades of experience in dealing with energy security issues at the highest level of government. In your opinion, what would be the impact of a Line 5 shutdown as it relates to our national energy strategy?
So in my view, it has two. First, it's a horrible idea. Let's just get that out there. It's a horrible idea.
And unnecessary.
It's very unnecessary, and also, I don't believe, of course, I don't want to speak on legal matters, but the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials and Safety Administration is responsible for this. This is a regulatory matter to be handled under treaty between the United States and Canada, and it is in this matter for a good reason. We view the construction of pipelines as part of the sort of foundation, infrastructure within the U.S., and it should not be affected by short-term political whims. I really think we went through this period of low oil prices and low gasoline prices, and in a sense, we sort of forgot how valuable all the investments in infrastructure and the revolution we had in technologies that made us such a large oil and gas producer.
And it had a positive impact, didn't it? And
it had an enormous impact. It's one of the main reasons our emissions of carbon are declining, have declined so rapidly over the last 10 years.
Far cleaner petroleum resources coming from our suppliers, both Canada and the United States, as opposed to Russia, isn't it?
Absolutely.
In your testimony, you state that the public support for clean energy transition will hinge on the availability of reliable and affordable energy, which remains the lifeblood of our economy and our national security, and that cutting off production of legacy fuels will backfire horribly and erode public support for a clean energy transmission. In your opinion, will shutting down existing safe and reliable oil and gas pipelines increase or decrease public support for a clean energy transition? Why or why not?
They will dramatically decrease it because the public is not prepared and unwilling to pay the very high prices of a transition program which accelerates so quickly that it raises the cost of power and energy generally.
It's a pocketbook issue, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a pocketbook issue. There will be there's no political support for this, I can assure you. I mean, remember, 4 pillars of modern civilization still do not have a cost-effective alternative from fossil fuels: steel, cement, plastics, and fertilizer.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm hearing you say is that by cutting off existing pipelines, this will actually undermine a clean energy transition, as was the case in Germany. Am I correct?
Yes, I believe we're going to see a great deal of public dissatisfaction with the winter crisis throughout the European continent. And it's already creating a lot of political divisions and a lot of political turmoil.
To what degree do you think political decisions to shut down oil and gas infrastructure will impact energy prices moving forward as we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic.
If we undermine our ability to efficiently produce, transport, and distribute traditional legacy fuels such as oil and gas, gasoline, propane, it's going to have a very negative political impact because the American public is used to the reliability and the resilience of the system.
And the pocketbook issue comes back.
It's a pocketbook issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Representative Peters for 5 minutes to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question for Mr. Zindler. You know, different technologies have different demands for critical materials. We're talking about a lot of electric cars, which will take a lot of batteries, obviously. We're talking about using battery storage for to deal with the intermittency of renewable energy. And I'm wondering whether we should be making strategic decisions about which nascent technologies to support, given the amount of critical minerals they demand. So in particular, should we be looking more aggressively at hydrogen for large vehicles and for buses? Should we be looking more aggressively at things like advanced nuclear for power generation, because we may not be able to get all the batteries that we need for storage? What do you think about the direction we should be taking with respect to that scarcity?
So it's a good question, and you know, we used to hear a lot more about an all of the above energy strategy, I think, than we do now, even frankly, even from Republicans, and yet it does seem like that we really have major challenges in the short and the long term if we think about this transition. And longer term, you potentially do need technologies like advanced nuclear reactors. You need technologies like hydrogen to be used in various ways. And like I said earlier, that's why, at least to me, is encouraging that some of these are well supported in the infrastructure bill that passed recently. But you also need to support technologies that are more viable today. But as Mr. Pugliaresi points out, I mean, you know, these industrial processes, there is no easy fix. And this is why hydrogen, for instance, or advanced nuclear is important to try to find ways to decarbonize those areas as well. But in addition, there should be support for the technologies that are viable today. And I would note really that they are viable, and we can pretend that that there isn't competition here, but the reality is that the number of electric vehicles that are being sold around the world has been surging, particularly this year. And I would argue that it's not just because there's policy support, though there's been that, but it's also because ultimately these are superior products. So you can bury your head in the sand and say we just like internal combustion engine vehicles, but eventually there will be a transition.
I think you're starting to address a different point. I mean, obviously, my concern grows out of the popularity of electric vehicles, out of the laudable commitment of our automakers to sell only electric vehicles, California only electric vehicles after 2035. So it's our only emission-free vehicles. So I just think, I suspect we should be giving some thought to the effect of scarcity if battery technology doesn't change in particular. Let me also ask you, so critical minerals are obviously complex problem. In addition to the potential of onshoring recycling, it seems like we should be working with our allies to develop new mines and factories for clean energy technologies in more favorable locations. Like when we utilize the U.S. Export-Import Bank to help develop the world's liquefied natural gas market, can the U.S. collaborate with its allies to create more secure and sustainable supply chains for critical minerals and low carbon technologies? In other words, if we can't have it here, onshore it, can we friendshore it?
I think the answer is yes. And I mean, if you look at where the production of a lot of these elements are, both where they are and where they could be, it's a pretty heterogeneous group of countries. But if you look at where a lot of the refining of the elements takes place, the majority of it is in China. And so that's one area where you could say you would immediately potentially want to diversify so that you have a greater, less reliance on these elements making a stop in China before they proceed along the value chain. And that certainly is potentially an area that our foreign development agencies could look at. But the refining itself, to be clear, is something that can also be done in the United States. That's not contingent on a local resource of something under the ground.
All right. Thank you very much for being here, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Carter for 5 minutes to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all of you for being here today. We appreciate your indulgence. I know it's been a long day thus far, but we're almost home. Mr. Pugliaresi, I want to ask you, this hearing today comes at a most appropriate time because we are suffering from supply chain issues in our country. And whereas I think we can resolve these in the near term, I think it's a different story about the long term, particularly when it relates to when we're talking about supply chain of critical minerals. And I know we've spoken about that today, you have, but if all this were to go through, all these priorities and these with the Green New Deal and everything, knowing how dependent we are on China, knowing how dependent we are on other countries to get these minerals, and knowing how long it takes to be able to get them here in this country, if we were to be able to process them and to be able to get the minerals here, what's the repercussions, both politically and economically, if we become so dependent on China for our critical minerals, if we're almost completely dependent on them for this?
Well, we're all going to suffer a strategic loss if the components we need to transition to the fuels or the technologies of the future are in regions in which are unfriendly or subject to disruption. If you think about the traditional way we thought about energy security, we were vulnerable in the from petroleum due to a concentration of low-cost reserves in unstable parts of the world, right? That imposed two risks on us. One, a few folks could get together and lower production and extract wealth from the United States. Or two, right, there could be a major disruption. It doesn't even have to be state actor. It could just be acts of terrorism. But we were so dependent on that. And the emergence of the U.S. as a major oil producer in the world has virtually eliminated this problem. Yes, other players can do things. And this is the problem if we try to transition too fast and too deep with these alternative fuels.
Thank you for mentioning that. I often cite just what you said. You're old enough, I'm old enough to remember the late 70s when we were dependent on other countries, particularly the Middle East, for our energy needs. And we knew it, but we realized it when gasoline got up to be $5 or $6 a gallon. And we did something about it. We set out to become energy independent, and we achieved that. We even achieved energy dominance. And I remember our former Secretary of the State, Mike Pompeo, saying that it was such a tool in his tool chest when he could go worldwide, knowing that we had energy dominance. It gave us something that other people didn't have, and that we could utilize on a foreign playing field, if you will, and how important that was. I want to get to something else because I'm really interested in this, and that is just how clean some of this stuff is. When we talk about clean energy, what about the waste? And the title of today's hearing is Clean Energy Economy, but in your testimony, you mentioned the high cost of materials and commodities needed to build enough clean energy projects that could replace the output of a natural gas plant. In fact, according to the Manhattan Institute, the energy equivalent of 100 barrels of oil is used in the processes to fabricate a single battery that can store the equivalent of one barrel of oil. How much cleaner are wind, solar, and battery technology when they require so much more in terms of materials, processing, and land?
Right, so one of the problems is we have kind of a unidimensional view towards the environment. Everything is focused on carbon emissions, and we forget about all the other things we need to worry about, which is land disturbance, how much land we're going to need, how much power and energy needs to be made to fabricate the steel for the windmills. And I'd like to thank Mark Mills for his excellent analysis of this problem, because there are no free lunches.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you mentioning this. I represent South Georgia, a very rural area, and I've visited some counties where the state and federal government are offering tax incentives for them to switch from farmland to solar farms. And let me preface and say, look, I'm a big clean energy advocate. I'm very proud that I just received an award as a conservative clean energy Person of the Year in Georgia, and I take it very seriously, and I'm all for clean energy, but I also want to be accurate, and I also want to make sure we understand. But what I was saying, some of these counties, we're using up ag land for solar farms, and some counties have even put moratoriums on it now because all of the ag land's being turned into solar farms.
Well, if we're using a set of price signals which don't reflect the actual costs of production and the actual value of the products, we're going to have these distortions. And so we should be cautious and careful about the pace at which we do these things.
Again, I thank you all for being here. I just want to make clear, and I'm a strong advocate for clean energy, but I want us to go with our eyes open on it and make sure we understand just how clean it is. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Next, the chair recognizes Representative Dingell for 5 minutes to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank both of our chairmen for holding today's important joint hearing on domestic supply chains for clean energy. This hearing couldn't come at a more critical time as we look towards the future in American competitiveness. We've seen over the last 2 years how a global pandemic can negatively impact our domestic supply chains, and we cannot afford to be caught flat-footed as we embark on this transformational shift to a clean economy. That's important for both American prosperity, but for our national security. And I just want to say, I need to get to my questions pretty fast because I care deeply about electric vehicles. But I'm hearing that my colleagues who I have a great deal of respect for make comments about clean air energy. I remember when Michigan went to renewable resources, how everybody was so worried about wind and solar and how expensive it was going to be. And it has turned out to be far less expensive than anybody thought and less than gas and oil. And the Secretary of Energy is my friend, and I just have to, she is not laughing at anybody having to pay increased costs for anything. I think her comment was taken out of context. We all care about Line 5. We care about energy supply in the state of Michigan, but we also care about the Great Lakes and what would happen in an oil spill. It's a far more complicated subject than a 1-minute soundbite in our committee, and maybe we could get to that someday in committee. But having said that, I'd like to focus on the critical mineral supply needed to support electric vehicles and how innovative companies are rethinking clean energy supply chains. First of all, Mr. Zindler, in your expert opinion, do we currently have the robust domestic supply chains for critical minerals and processing needed to lead the world in the development, production, and deployment of electric vehicles to meet the president's 2030 EV goal? Yes or no?
No.
I agree with you.
No.
We don't have the supply chain needed, which is why I'd like to explore the recent partnership announced between Redwood Materials and Ford. So the recent collaboration between Redwood Materials and Ford, and by the way, I agree with I'm not old, but I'm seasoned. I remember sitting in lines in our dependency upon foreign oil, and we never want to get that way again. And China is making too many of our batteries, but we have the resources to do it here and protect our own national security. So, Dr. Switzer, the recent collaboration between Redwood Materials and Ford to make electric vehicles more sustainable and affordable for Americans represents a partnership between an emerging and a legacy American company that are rethinking clean energy supply chains and encouraging large companies, namely the automakers, to do the same. So can you speak on the innovative business models you're pursuing, for instance, on how Redwood is centering its business around circulatory, for those that the full closed loop domestic supply chain, and how the industry is reacting to this approach?
Yes, sure. Thank you for the question and highlighting our recent partnership with Ford Motor Company. You know, they've been very exciting to work with as they really are forward-leaning in terms of the electrification of their fleet. When we talk about our partnership with Ford, it really is, you know, it encompasses all of what you said is in circularity. We're interested in how do we, you know, collect and recycle Ford's end-of-life batteries from their electric vehicles they place on the market. But not only how do we collect and recycle those, it's important that we also refine and then remanufacture those into battery materials that Ford can use here in the U.S., wherever their plants are.
So can you, because I'm going to run out of time, already talk about how that increases efficiencies in battery manufacturing and how that helps us in American production?
Yes, I think that's a key point of it all is that, you know, there's been a lot of talk today about how, you know, domestic manufacturing can't compete, whereas as we would actually maybe contend the opposite, and I think that's why Ford's so interested, is that, you know, we think that by bringing this material manufacturing into the U.S., we can actually drive costs down and help reduce the cost of the battery, which is the single most expensive component of an EV.
I'm out of time. I may, Mr. Chairman, with permission, do some questions for the record and thank the witnesses and yield back the balance.
The gentlelady yields back, and questions will be submitted for the record. The chair now recognizes Mr. Curtis for 5 minutes to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses. I recently arrived back from Glasgow, Scotland, where I attended COP. And I know what you're thinking, a Republican, right, attended COP. I had many fascinating conversations over there, and one of those fascinating conversations was with the president of Scottish Power. And he started our conversation by saying, we're 100% renewable. And having run a utility before, I couldn't let that go. I had to ask him more questions. Well, what do you mean? He said, well, we have so much wind, we don't know, you know, we have more wind than we can possibly use. And they've built an infrastructure around Scotland to capture the wind. And so I asked the next logical question, which is what happens when the wind doesn't blow? And he said, oh, we have to import power, and it's usually from natural gas. And then he went on 3 or 4 more times to reiterate that he was 100% renewable and didn't see that, at least in my mind, which was the catch to his claim. The next day, I had a conversation to speak with an organization that works in Scotland to balance power. So they take power coming in and make sure that the power going out is equal. They actually pay homes to not use power so that they can make it equal. And I brought up this because it was haunting me all day, this baseload issue, right? If you've got this much wind. And the gentleman I talked to said, you know, I haven't heard the word baseload in 5 years. It's not even part of their conversation. And so as far as I know, it is a fact that we don't have the technology to store this type of renewable at scale. I get that we can do it, but at scale. It's also a fact that their nation is dependent on outside energy from outside of their borders. And it's also a fact that this vulnerability leads to unstable prices and uncertainty. As a matter of fact, I had a conversation where we learned of one woman who has a home, several hundred square feet, that was paying $1,000 for her utility bill. And we actually saw in that room where they were balancing power, that power had doubled, tripled, and quadrupled as they became dependent on the natural gas coming into their system. I call this the emperor has no clothes moment, something that happens, I think, a lot in these discussions. There's other the emperor has no clothes moments, and one of those to me is the demonization of fossil fuels. It makes us feel good to shut down pipelines like the Keystone Pipeline, but the reality of it is I believe shutting down the Keystone Pipeline increases greenhouse gas emissions because we simply use fuel from dirtier sources or we truck that fuel in. As a matter of fact, in Glasgow, they were joking that we should name Keystone Pipeline Nord Stream 3 and we could get it approved and passed. Another elephant in the room moment is the moratorium on federal leases, which makes us dependent on China for critical minerals. We've talked about that today. So we remain locked in a tug of war of words and ideology. I don't believe it needs to be that way. In fact, it's clear to me that no matter your answer, renewables, emerging technologies like new nuclear, hydrogen, or fossil fuels, they all lack one major component, and that is innovation. Every single one of those lacks innovation that it needs to be. As a matter of fact, no matter who you talk to, when they say we're going to be carbon neutral by 2050 or we're going to cut that in half by 2030, they all put a little asterisk by it that says we don't know how to get there yet. And we're lacking serious innovation in these three areas. So I asked myself, and in the few moments that we'd have, I'd like to ask you, and I'll start with Mr. Pugliaresi, what are the barriers to innovation right now? And what is keeping us from breaking through some of these barriers in innovation?
First, I think we sort of looked at what was happening with our iPhones and silicon in chips, that we said, well, we should be able to do this for energy. But in fact, these are much harder problems. They bump against some fundamental problems of physics. And so we are going to have to invest a lot in research and development to make sure that the technologies we deploy are cost effective. My biggest concern from an energy security point of view is that we begin to deploy technologies that are not actually ready to be cost effective, are not resilient enough, because our aspirational goals kind of exceed our sort of pragmatic views of the world.
We've also just heard recently about life cycle cost, right? That we don't always look at life cycle cost. Mr. Zindler, I can tell that you've had a lot of good answers throughout this hearing, and I can tell there have been a lot of things you've wanted to respond to. I'd love you to respond to this innovation gap, right? And if we're not careful, this turns into a Republican-Democrat fight. But I don't think innovation needs to be. What are our barriers to innovation in your mind?
I'll try and be really quick because I know we're at time, but first, thank you for a really thoughtful question and for your time in going to Glasgow. And I think you pinpoint a real challenge, which is long-term, long-duration storage is an issue. And that's one that we don't have solved now, and it's one that we need to invest in over the long haul. Certainly batteries that can provide, lithium-ion batteries can provide short discharges, and they help with cars and everything, but that's an area where we need to focus.
And I'm going to cut you off because the chair is going to cut me off, and I know we're out of time. Let me also suggest level playing field and permanency so that corporations can invest knowing that they've got permanency. And I hear your gavel, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time. Thank you.
Gentlemen's time is expired. The chair now recognizes Representative Vesey for 5 minutes to ask questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. With electric vehicles poised to grow tremendously, and we're looking at here in Fort Worth, we're on the short list for a large electric vehicle company that is thinking about actually moving their headquarters here. We obviously need to take seriously the sourcing of these materials and not just, gloss over it and pretend like it's not a problem. But it's also critical that we are thinking and preparing for what to do with the materials at the end of their life. Earlier this summer, with Representative Doyle, we introduced HR 4864, the Battery Material Processing and Component Manufacturing Act. And this bill makes billions of dollars of investments in building a domestic battery supply chain by focusing on material processing, component manufacturing, and recycling. I worked with my colleagues and was pleased to have the bill included as part of the Infrastructure Investment and Job Acts that was signed into law. The Department of Energy will now have the authority and resources to collaborate with the private sector on how to responsibly produce and process battery materials, but also invest in infrastructure needed to manufacture and recycle batteries here in the U.S. We heard today from Dr. Switzer about the importance of creating a closed-loop domestic supply chain for batteries, and I'd like to give him the opportunity to add anything else he'd like to on the importance of this type of collaboration. Dr. Switzer, given your experience at Redwood, working to build a domestic battery business, what further steps does Congress need to do to support and facilitate businesses like yours in building domestic battery manufacturing?
Thank you. I think to start off with, conversations like this are a great place to I think, bring everyone to that kind of level playing field and to the same level of kind of education and awareness of the issues. I think there's been in terms of, creating that closed loop supply chain, there's been a ton of announcements and investment around the electrification of our automotive fleet. The big three have all really leaned forward and said we're going to go electric, and I think that's a huge step. And in front of that, there's been a lot of investment in battery manufacturing and a lot of announcements of battery manufacturers coming to the U.S. But I think in front of that is where we really need to focus. And in front of that is the battery material supply chain, coupled with the recycling supply chain that needs to kind of close that circle, such that once the materials are here in the U.S., they stay here in the U.S. and can be remanufactured essentially an infinite number of times to produce new batteries over time.
No, yeah, thank you very much. And before my next question, I just want to say, Ms. Brown, thank you in your opening comments for really injecting some reality into this conversation. I thought that was very much needed. And I'm going to move over to my state of Texas. Many people on this call know, because I've talked about it a lot, that we're not only are we the leaders when it comes to producing oil and gas, but we're also the leaders when it comes to wind energy in this country. We're showing the rest of the world and the rest of the country on exactly how you do wind, and no one can argue that. And we have quite a bit of solar power as well, but we often have a problem with matching generation with load. Energy storage technologies will be a key part of shifting energy from when it's cheaply generated to when there is demand on the grid. Another provision in the infrastructure bill just signed into law would establish a demonstration project for second life applications of EV batteries as aggregated energy storage installations on the grid. It's estimated that lithium-ion battery packs in EVs may retain about 70% of their storage capacity at the end of the battery service life to a vehicle. Mr. Zindler, can you speak about how recycling EV batteries for use on the grid might complement the deployment of clean energy, particularly in a state like Texas?
So it's a good point, and it's a good question. So yes, we've started to see some of the recycling of some EVs to be used for storage. My understanding is it's a little less what you might traditionally think of as on the grid, but in the so-called behind the meter sense. That is, in people's homes and businesses where they want backup power in the case of outages. And I think there's been something like 40 or 50,000 of these systems sold in California, in particular because of all the outages they've had around wildfires. So the demand for residential storage is definitely growing, and there's a potential that these batteries can be used in that application.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana. See, Mr. Pence, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairs Tonko and Rush, and Ranking Members McKinley and Upton for holding this hearing today, and thank you all for being here. I've found it very informative just to be here and listen to what y'all had to say. Mr. Pugliaresi, I know that you share my concern that Hoosiers and all Americans are struggling to keep pace with rising energy prices. That's really all I heard back last week when I was out in the district. It's the number one issue, the inflation, and particularly having spent an entire career in the petroleum distribution industry, they put their price right out there so everybody knows whether the price went up. And they're really getting out of control and affecting manufacturers, transportation industry. I agree with you that the Biden administration policies such as the halt on oil and gas leasing on federal lands, duplicative emission regulations, and the war on pipeline projects such as the Keystone XL have undermined our energy independence and contributed to a global energy crisis because crude oil is an international product movement. While I support an all-of-the-above approach, like my peers have all talked about today, this hearing has only further proved that oil and gas remain necessary to maintain energy independence, particularly when we don't have the storage technology at this time to really move it forward in an expeditious way. And I hope my colleagues are listening to what a number of the folks have testified about today. You know, here's where I'm going, sir. Innovation has been a hallmark of the petroleum industry ever since my family was involved in it. And should we just abandon support of the oil industry at this time when they have shown so much improvement in the environment, in cleanups and things like that?
So, you know, I think one way to look upon it is that these legacy fuels, particularly oil and gas, they provide, they are extremely valuable, and we know that because they generate large sums of revenue directly to the federal government. If you take our leasing system between 2005 and 2015, over $110 billion flowed directly to the federal treasury. A lot of it was distributed back to the states. In that same period, we probably spent over $50 billion for grants and production tax credits for wind and solar. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but I'm saying this gives us a signal in the marketplace, in the valuation of this commodity within our system. We have a lot of extra economic value, if you like. It's showing up. It's because consumers want it. It has the characteristics that they need. And that is not the case yet for wind and solar. It is competitive. I'm told it's competitive, but we'll know more when we see the industry, the wind and solar industry say, okay, we don't need the tax credits anymore. We don't need the production credits anymore.
Sure.
We're ready to bid on land values on public lands, just like the oil and gas industry.
Well, and not only the lease revenues of 110 over a 5-year period, but also motor fuel taxes on a federal level are about $51 billion a year, and you could at least double that for the impact between motor fuel for state taxes and then sales tax, and that's a lot of income that would disappear out of the system. But back to why would we not continue to support or enable the industry to innovate and improve technologically like they have for so many years? Is that something we're not talking about now?
Apparently not. But the real question is the pace at which we transition to these fuels of the future. And the most troubling aspect of a lot of policy discussions and some policies is that we're abandoning these high-valued fuels before we really have cost-effective substitutes. And that is a prescription for a lot of problems.
Yes, sir, and thank you for that. You know, I'm really concerned about the average consumer in the Indiana district that I represent, of course, across the state of Indiana, and I appreciate that we do figure out to do an all of the above without hammering and doing it at the expense of the constituents that I represent. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California. Representative Barrelhound, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chairman Tonko, for holding this important hearing on supply chain solutions for the clean energy economy. It's important that we work on having a robust, clean energy supply chain that is not dependent on countries with poor labor and environmental standards, especially rivals like China. Mr. Zindler, this year we've seen the importance that ports and investing in ports and freight infrastructure has on keeping goods moving efficiently throughout our country. How are ports important for supporting our clean energy supply chain, and how can investing in domestic clean energy manufacturing create jobs that uplift ports and surrounding communities?
I apologize, I had a little trouble hearing that. Would you mind repeating very quickly, just the last bit?
So how are ports important for supporting our clean energy supply chain, and how can investing in domestic clean energy manufacturing create jobs that uplift ports and surrounding communities?
Okay, so in the short run, ports are tremendously important, and one of the reasons we've seen a squeeze on pricing in the cost of solar equipment and others areas of clean energy is for the same reason we've seen around other things that are putting inflationary pressure on, which is that the ability to get stuff into the U.S. has been challenged. Longer term, I guess my honest answer would be that if you built more domestic manufacturing, you wouldn't need to import as much. There is, of course, the potential that eventually the U.S. could export, but I think we're a long way from getting there.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Brown, in December of 2020, a community labor coalition, including the United Steelworkers Local 675, joined with the electric bus manufacturer Proterra to announce a community benefits agreement to support union jobs in their manufacturing with at least 50% from disadvantaged communities. This shows the promise of clean energy economy that we're aspiring to. What policies can create the conditions for these types of community benefit agreements throughout the country for clean energy manufacturing?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. We're really proud of that, again, partnership. I keep using that word today, partnership between our union and Proterra and the community to achieve that community benefit partnership. You know, and I think it really goes back to tying really high value standards to our policies. You know, we talked earlier about domestic content requirements, but tying labor standards to our policies also help to ensure these types of arrangements and agreements. And so that's really where we focus, is strengthening our policies by layering on stronger standards.
Thank you. Mr. Switzer, there's a lot of untapped potential for recycling the critical minerals used in electric vehicles, both in production and when they reach the end of their useful life. What are the right requirements and incentives to ensure we're not burying critical minerals in landfills and scrapyards, given the need will be so great?
Yes, thank you. I think, I think one, supporting the battery recycling industry as it stands up and as it demonstrates that we can think of these batteries coming out of vehicles not as liabilities, but rather as actually assets that have value that can then be reused and remanufactured into new battery materials. And to your question on ports, I would just second the comments around, as we stand up the recycling industry here in the U.S., and as we stand up the battery materials industry here in the U.S., we'll be less reliant on importing material. And I think that's critical going forward.
Well, thank you. And thank you to our witnesses today for being here. We have to look ahead and we have to look at the future. And, there's been just so much talk about, worrying about concerns in other countries. Yet we're not looking at the concern right here in our own backyard of what's happening to our communities that are either communities of color or low-income communities that are living next to these fossil fuel burning sites, the health impact it's having, and nobody's putting a value on human life and what is happening in our communities. So I do think, I do thank the chairman for the hearing today, and we've got to make sure we're continuing to build on the infrastructure bill and passing the ball back better. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Representative Palmer, here recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk a little bit about supply chain, and obviously our supply chain consists of rail, truck, and shipping, air freight. It also consists of pipelines. I just want to know how much sense it makes to shut down Line 5 in Michigan and potentially the pipeline into Missouri providing natural gas that I think originated from Mercatus, not Mercatus, from the Marcellus Shale formation. Does that make sense, Mr. Pugliaresi?
As we've discussed previously, there are enormous strategic and direct economic benefits from having the entire North American production platform be as efficient and as cost-effective and as safe as possible. And we lose those benefits when we try to make that platform less efficient.
talk about how it's going to impact people, though. A lot of what we discuss here is just kind of politics and technical, and I'm not sure if how many people really reflect on how it actually impacts people. But we're on pace to face the biggest surge in electricity costs since the Obama administration. And it's a direct result of the Biden administration's policies. And I kind of think that maybe they learned it from the Obama administration since he served as vice president in that administration. It's going to be the costliest winter in decades, I think, maybe, but certainly in years for households that are not only going to be hit with high household utility bills, but they're going to get hit with much higher costs at the pump. As a matter of fact, there was a Canadian study that showed that when you take into account gasoline prices plus the increase in household energy costs, that we're talking the bottom quintile, the lowest 20% of household incomes, paying almost 19% of their household income just on energy. That's going to have a devastating impact on a lot of lives. And one of my big concerns, and here's a study from Northwestern University Department of Economics on how inexpensive heating reduces winter mortality. And I brought this up in the committee before, and I have yet to hear from one of my colleagues across the aisle express the same concerns that I do about the number of people who are going to die this winter because they can't afford to adequately heat their homes. We know it's a scandal in Europe. Mr. Zindler mentioned all these nations that have gone to renewables, and I looked at the ones who've gone to solar and wind, and there's 30 nations that, most of them in Europe, as a matter of fact, I think all of them are in Europe, that are reporting excess winter deaths, and the United Kingdom is sixth. And they had 9,700 people die last winter because, they had respiratory issues, they had cardiovascular issues, and that really hurt people when they can't afford to adequately heat their homes. Are you aware of that, Mr. Pugliaresi?
I don't have recent data on the deaths, but let me just say, for large segments of the American population, rising energy prices are devastating because it does become a large percentage of their income. We did a webinar on the Transportation Climate Initiative, and in fact, it was the sort of the Northeast states. And the primary concern from state legislators was, well, we're interested in this, but we don't want to see low-income families hurt.
Well, it's really going to hurt people in the Northwest. I looked at Vermont, and the people in the lowest quintile, their average household income's less than $28,000, 18.3%. And that they pay 18.3% of their total income. That's 7 times more than the people in the top 20% of household incomes in Vermont. This is going to have a devastating impact on people living in those colder climates. And I'm going to get into some other stuff later on, but when you combine this with inflation that we're already experiencing, the fact that energy costs are the most inflationary component of the economy, we're literally condemning some people to death. And I just think that there's a cost that's not being calculated here that apparently my colleagues across the aisle are not that concerned about, but I certainly am. And I'm going to speak up for those people. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida. Representative Soto, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The challenge. Climate change is an existential threat to the human race. In Florida, we're facing intensifying hurricanes, rising seas, and the hottest years on record. But there is hope. The goal, reduce greenhouse gases by 50% by 2030 and get to net zero by 2050. The way we're going to do it, 100% clean electricity by 2035. We're at 40% right now. Nuclear, 20%. Renewables, 20%. The fact that people are saying we can't get the other way with 60%, yes, we can. And 50% electric vehicles by 2030. And Congress is leading the way with the Build Back Better infrastructure package, which has billions for electric vehicle infrastructure and clean energy. I want to thank both Representatives Upton and McKinley for joining the Senate and making this a bipartisan bill. America must lead the way on this. And I also want to thank Rep. Curtis for joining so many of the Democrats over at the COP. It shows that we can work together in a bipartisan fashion. There are other challenges. Expanding the clean energy supply chain, which is what we're here for today. Microchips, rare earth metals, which, by the way, we could utilize both coal and coal ash to develop rare earth metals, a great way to help in this transition. We need to grow wind and solar by 4 times what we have right now. We need next generation batteries and modular nuclear. And yes, we need carbon capture too. We also must acknowledge the pain suffered by so many of our constituents with rising gas prices. You know, in August, NPR had a headline, Hurricane Ida hit an important oil and gas hub in Louisiana, which will likely drive up gas prices. And that's exactly what happened. Climate change supercharged a hurricane that then incapacitated many of our refineries in Louisiana, causing rising gas prices. Climate change is helping cause this to happen. If we do nothing, it will happen again. It will get worse. And then inflation, a critical question and a critical quote. Senator Rob Portman said yesterday, when we were at the bipartisan infrastructure signing, that the bill represents long-term investments in our nation's hard infrastructure assets, create hundreds of thousands of jobs with the bill, make us more efficient and competitive against countries like China. It adds to the supply side of the economy and will be counter-inflationary. It will be counter-inflationary at a time of rising inflation, and it does it all without raising taxes on the American economy. That is from the good senator from Ohio, and I happen to agree with him. The rest who voted no put party over country, and the American people know it. Also missing from the talking points of today, we had an impressive 521,000 jobs in October. Unemployment is down to 4.6%, and in Florida, it's under 5% as well. COVID cases are way down nationally, and children 5 to 11 can now be finally vaccinated. So what's the headline? In short, jobs are up, COVID cases are down, and children are safer. Improving the supply chains are part of this critical effort to combat climate change. So the big question for this committee, can we work together in a bipartisan fashion to get this done? I know we can. Mr. Zindler, the solar supply chain currently relies heavily on other countries, including China. As we attempt to build a domestic solar manufacturing supply chain, what are the places we should target, and what parts of the supply chain are easier to support and establish leadership?
Thanks for the question. The first, as I said in my testimony, the U.S. essentially at the moment is a non-player in the production of crystalline silicon modules. And the easiest part of the value chain to address is the final assembly of those modules, which is literally putting them together. But that's a relatively low-value process and can be kind of done anywhere. The real value is further upstream when you look at the production of the cells and the wafers and even the polysilicon production all the way near the beginning of the process. And so those are all areas which China is clearly leading in, and those are areas that could be supported further and brought onto the U.S. shores with the right policies.
Thank you. My time's expired.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas. Representative Crenshaw, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the chair and ranking member for holding this important hearing. I'm going to state the obvious. To improve the so-called green supply chain, you first need to fix the actual supply chain. The former cannot exist without the latter, obviously. And this supply chain crisis didn't come out of nowhere. This was a self-inflicted wound, a direct result of bad progressive policies, from mandates to overregulation, attacks on American energy. They've compounded every single problem we're facing today, from record high inflation to slow economic growth to shrinking labor force participation and potentially an energy crisis. Policies have consequences. Locking down businesses, though shown to have little impact on the trends of the pandemic, had a huge impact on employment, economic growth, and yes, supply chain. A year later, we're still dealing with that. Vaccine mandates threaten to scare off employees in every industry, from logistics to ports to shipping. The head of the National Association of Wholesale Distributors put it this way: thousands of valued employees will be forced out of their jobs shortly before the holidays. The already compromised supply chain will be under added pressure during the busiest time of the year, and the already tight labor market will make it immeasurably more difficult to replace laid-off employees, compounding supply chain disruption, end quote. In California, where the bottleneck at our busiest port is exacerbating this crisis, their version of the PRO Act, which Democrats passed out of the House this year and which bans independent contracting, threatens to destroy the trucking industry. Most truckers are freelance owner-operators, which California outlawed by banning independent contracting. Truckers sued California, but if they lose, their industry will be decimated in the midst of this supply chain crisis. It also seems as if President Biden is doing everything in his power to make energy less affordable and harder to come by. On day one, President Biden shut down the Keystone Pipeline, of course, while also asking OPEC to increase their production. The Democrat Party seems intent on nationalizing the failed energy policies of California, where the price of electricity has risen 6 times faster than the rest of the country. The attack on oil and gas has put a chilling effect on investments in new production to the benefit of global competitors like Russia. These policies impact the poorest Americans the worst. As energy prices rise, more Americans sink into poverty. Every 10% increase in energy costs leads to 840,000 Americans falling below the poverty line. And now, instead of holding a hearing to examine how we can fix this supply chain crisis, deal with skyrocketing energy costs and unprecedented inflation, we're here to talk about the clean energy supply chain. And this strikes me as a bit of a joke because in response to the worst supply chain crisis in our lifetime, the president has offered an executive order to move clean energy manufacturing back to the United States. Now, here's the problem. Every single component in wind turbines and solar panels and electric vehicle batteries is made with the raw materials that Democrats say are destroying the planet. So which is it? Seems to me that when Democrats say they will create green jobs, they apparently mean green jobs in China, because they'll never allow the rare earth mining and refining and processing necessary to make those things here. Wind turbines are made with 75% steel, which is at its most basic iron core plus carbon. They're made with resin, which comes from natural gas. They're coated in chemicals like PFAS. But Democrats have made mining so politically toxic that we now only have 7 remaining iron ore mines in the United States, despite having 3 billion tons of iron ore in the United States. Democrats have turned natural gas into the enemy, threatening to tax it out of existence in the reconciliation bill, even though natural gas is the single largest reason for carbon emission reductions in the United States. Solar panels and batteries require critical minerals, but Democrats, even in the Build Back Better Act, impose staggering royalties on both new and existing hard rock mineral projects, despite the fact that these minerals are crucial to the Biden administration's own clean energy goals. Even if we could build all of these new renewable power sources, we would need vast amounts of transmission lines and therefore copper to transport it. In fact, experts estimate copper demand will double by 2040. But guess what? The Democrat reconciliation bill specifically shuts down the Resolution Copper project in Arizona, which could supply up to 25% of domestic copper demand and provide almost 4,000 jobs. And can we please stop pretending that we can meet the demand for rare earths by recycling more? The testimony presented here today has already debunked that false narrative, showing only a fraction of our needs could ever be met by recycling. Not to mention, separating and recycling rare earth metals takes enormous amounts of heat, something impossible to produce with renewable energy. So my point is this: policies have consequences, and progressive policies are hurting Americans. We can fix this by giving businesses some breathing room, calling off the attacks on American energy, and rescinding unconstitutional vaccine mandates. But instead, we hear about the fantasy of green supply chains that can never be built, ironically, because of the barriers put in place by progressive policies. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona. Representative O'Halloran, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please, for questions.
I want to thank the ranking members and the chairman for this hearing. It's been an interesting discussion today, But if we're going to move forward, we have to move away from these type of discussions and onto something that's more recognizing of the future of our country and our world and where we're heading. Fear of change is a tremendously negative effect on our public policy. We have to change. We know we do. I've heard a lot in the discussions today about the concern for costs. I have that same concern, but it's also costly in healthcare today. It's also costly in addressing the recognizing the ongoing tremendous amount of natural disasters that are occurring in our world. Arizona has seen consequences of climate change up close, record wildfires, terrible droughts, extreme flooding. These are all costly. The best way we can cut carbon emissions is to encourage the development of clean energy. We should not be restraining innovation. We should be investing in the future. And we should also recognize that many lessons in history is identify clearly that protectionism is not the course to the future. Recognizing what we've done right is a good idea. Recognizing that we should not move into the future is a bad idea. And these investments in new American jobs and economic activity around the country are needed. However, bringing new energy sources online is not a simple switch. We should not recognize that also. But we should plan for it. We should work together on this. We shouldn't have these types of discussions where it's one side against the other side. We as Americans should learn from what our businesses, great businesses in America have taught us. Work together to find solutions that'll work for the common good of the American people. I've heard the witnesses today that this transition requires a careful, long-term planning process. We must ensure that we are equipped to handle increased demand. And this means investments in grid modernization. That's what we're trying to do. And this also is a national security issue. We can't rely on China to build our nation's energy infrastructure. That is just the wrong way to go. We need reliable supply chains, and we need to recognize the need of the American people, their health, their safety, their future, the cost of energy in our country. We need to come together to do that, though. Dr. Switzer, securing our energy infrastructure remains a top priority. In our opinion, your opinion, I should say, how would producing clean energy components in America help protect our energy infrastructure from attack versus the current path of buying these components from other countries?
Thank you for the question. I think investing and building out this battery supply chain here in the United States will serve several benefits. One is that it'll provide stability. I think it'll also provide supply chain security. Two is that I think we have to realize that these investments are happening and they're gonna happen elsewhere if we don't invest here in the US. They're gonna happen not only in China, they're happening in Europe. They could easily also happen in Canada. I think there's a tremendous opportunity for us to leverage and kind of be proactive in seeking to build that supply chain here in the US. And then lastly, along with this, I think we can't underestimate the number of jobs that come along with this industry that aren't necessarily tied to a particular resource, that are almost location agnostic. So those are the reasons why I think it's very important for us to focus on building this supply chain here in the US.
Mr. Chairman, I'm really concerned about the direction that we have taken in the past, not this committee necessarily, but our country, is to hold back on recognizing the future, hold back on not creating the changes necessary, and try to protect the ongoing mistakes that we have made over time in not recognizing. Many corporations and businesses in this country have failed because they have failed to adapt to an ever-changing environment. And that's what we live in, an ever-changing environment. And we need to make this change. We need to do it together. And we need to also recognize that we have wasted so much time that some of the reasons why we're in a position we are with China and other countries is because we have failed to act fast enough. Thank you, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative Armstrong, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Technology research R&D, will support that. But if you think when the government gets involved in picking in winners and losers, we do a good job, we don't. We never have. It doesn't matter if it's in clean energy, our banking, our healthcare, our tech, our oil and gas, or anything else. So we need to be able to deal with this. We need to be able to deal with the short-term problems and the long-term solutions. We can produce rare earth metal here. We can mine it. We can produce more and more of these products that we use for renewable energy. But we can't get it done in the timelines that are being put out. And we can't do it done because we can continue to have hearings and we'll continue to move forward. But we don't talk about the barriers that exist. We talk about infrastructure build out for batteries or technology that's going to replace lithium for long-term storage. When that happens, that will rival the microchip as to what happens with our economy. I agree with that, but we're not there and we don't know when it exists. And we don't have to go very far to look at how these things work. I'll go on what my friend Mr. Crenshaw said. We've been talking about the supply chain, our current supply chain, and the issues we have with it in my office since I got here, and actually long before in the state Senate. We are seeing today that ports along the West Coast is a problem years in the making that have only been exacerbated by policy and programs pushed by the majority. Before we can consider the policies necessary to support massive expansion and build out of supply chains specifically for renewables, we have to continue to face the problems we have in our current supply chain. And the first thing we need to understand is supply chains are not linear and independent. They're not, they never have been. A change in input or output at any point in the process will cause distortions that quickly and easily spread to the other networks. We know this. North Dakota is the geographic center in North America, and we care very much about what happens at ports. Take trucking. Trucks haul more than 70% of our domestic cargo shipments. Companies large and small have been pleading for years to help to address the fact that we cannot hire enough truck drivers to meet the ever-increasing demand. Making things worse are inflexible hours of service and other regulatory requirements that don't accurately reflect the needs of modern logistics. But don't worry, they don't make the roads any safer. Should we shoehorn massive new renewable supply chains into a system that already has difficulty meeting current demands to move goods from point A to B? And the House Majority's PRO Act only looks to further complicate this picture, particularly when you're trying to on-source things and keep our costs low at a reasonable level with an international community. Unless this administration and the majority change course, our supply chains will be made less reliable, less affordable, and more prone to disruption in the short term. And we cannot solve our long-term problems if we don't take care of what's going on in the short term. Mr. Pugliaresi, your testimony states that financial data does not support the claim that oil and gas companies are holding stranded assets. Can you explain that?
Yes, so we got a little help from Professor Tice with this one, but if you look at investment grade bonds, particularly in sort of oil and gas companies, the shape of those, what we call the yield curve, is suggest that these tend to be the very, very conservative investors. And the shape of the yield curve suggests that these assets are not viewed as risky. I'll keep it as simple as possible. But I really think this is an important point because you hear a lot of commentary that, oh, oil and gas assets are going to be stranded. Well, and they'll be stranded if people are going to plan to stop using them. I accept that. But in fact, what we learned from the bond market is that's not what the market believes. The market believes those assets are quite valuable.
Do you agree that the greater risk to secure and affordable energy and thus, essentially our entire economy at this point in time, are policy decisions that disincentivize capital allocation to traditional fuel supplies and production?
So we are very much concerned about the ESG guidelines, which abdicate to financial institutions decisions about what prominent and valuable fuels they should invest in or not invest in. I actually think this is a risk for the financial companies because they're going to own this. If this goes belly up for them and there's a crisis and the sort of blame is on them, they're going to own this. And I really think this is an abdication by the government. The government should set the standards for what kinds of environmental controls we're going to have or not have, and that the bank should care about their shareholders.
Well, and I actually agree with you. I think eventually what ends up happening with the ESG portfolios is very much that, where they end up making their money and where they come back, because that's how the market will react. And with that, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes virtually the gentlelady from Washington State, Representative Schreier. You're recognized for 5 minutes for questions, please.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses. I have been listening attentively because I am extremely interested in our transition to clean energy production and storage and a broad rollout of electric vehicles. I am also interested in how we can make this transition to domestic sourcing and manufacturing truly work. And I look at the nations that are currently leading in mineral sourcing and the production of solar panels and batteries. And increasing reliance on those countries is not in our country's best interest, nor is it in the planet's best interest. And that is one of the reasons why the US needs to take a leading role in sourcing and manufacturing for our own economy, for the environmental stewardship that we need, and also for ethical working conditions, so we can establish our leadership position in the world. Now, onshoring sourcing and manufacturing, it's going to create family wage jobs. And by sourcing materials here and recycling them, we won't need to depend on dirty mining in China or child labor in Africa. Now, earlier in this hearing, you answered Ms. DeGette's question about the necessity of mining here in the US. And you pretty much all agreed that it would be necessary to some degree or another. But even though mining is cleaner in the United States, minimizing the amount of mining that we need to do makes it even cleaner. And so to minimize mining, we're going to need a robust recycling infrastructure of lithium, cobalt, copper, other elements right here at home. And so, Dr. Switzer, I have some questions for you. I'd love to dive into this topic a little bit more. First, just a lay of the land. Can you tell me what the current state is for recycling of these materials, like from phones, computers, solar panels, lithium batteries, televisions right here in the US?
Sure. So, at Redwood Materials, I think I can highlight that we were founded in 2017, and already today it's been a period of rapid innovation. We're recycling enough materials for roughly 45,000 vehicles a year, and that's in short order. And I think over time we'll continue to expand that. The key advantage of recycling is it's not something that's depleted over time. It's something that actually grows over time. So as more vehicles are placed onto the market, that recycling resource only becomes greater and greater. Today we're able to recover, roughly, let's say in terms of the nickel and cobalt, copper and lithium, way greater than 90%. I'd go upwards of 95 to 98% of those elements we can actually recover and reuse from the batteries. And that's not to mention, another thing that was mentioned just to highlight was copper. Copper we actually export from the United States today. We export roughly 800,000 tons of scrap copper from the United States today, when there is a drastic opportunity to build a copper foil manufacturing supply chain for batteries that consumes some of that copper we're giving away today.
I really appreciate your noting the issue of copper and how we are exporting it and shoring up other economies instead of our own. I also am intrigued, you said earlier today that right now your capability is enough for 45,000 cars. You're looking at a capability of 6 million cars in the future. I guess the other question is, yes, you can extract 90% back, but what about how many of those batteries are coming back to you? How many of these things are ending up in a recycling facility as opposed to in the trash? I just want to make sure we have the infrastructure everywhere so that we consistently get 90% out.
I think in terms of EVs, we'll certainly get the batteries back. I mean, these are, we're seeing OEMs like Ford really take interest in how to get those batteries back because they recognize the inherent value in them. I think where the challenge comes is in consumer electronics. Today, if any of us have a cell phone or a laptop battery that we need to recycle, it's not easy to figure out what to do with it, where to take it, who to give it to. And it gets even more complicated when you talk about consumer electronics devices with batteries that aren't designed to be removed. Things like electric toothbrushes, how do we recycle those? So those are some of the challenges that we're trying to tackle. And to highlight, though, is that we really do need to focus and build out that collection infrastructure so that it's easy for folks to turn those batteries back in so that we can recycle them and extract the valuable metals contained therein.
I appreciate your saying that, because sometimes we have to pay to get them recycled or wait for a big drop-off day in our neighborhood to get them recycled. And so I just know that as a member of Congress, I am excited to work with you and with the industry to make sure that it is easy and that that we can get all of that material back and limit how much extraction we have to do here at home. Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Now recognize a member from the Subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change virtually, being Representative Blunt Rochester. Gentlelady from Delaware, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and chairs and ranking members, and to the witnesses for your testimony today and your patience. As the founder and co-chair of the Bipartisan Future of Work Caucus, one of the areas I've been focusing on is what we can learn from the pandemic's ongoing impacts on our economy and how we can build an economic future that is more resilient, sustainable, and equitable for all Americans. We're in the midst of a climate crisis, and the need to transition to clean energy has never been more necessary. Not only is this transition essential to protect human health and the environment, but it is also an enormous opportunity to strengthen our domestic supply chains and grow onshore renewable energy manufacturing. Last month, I introduced two bipartisan pieces of legislation with Representatives Malinowski and Kinzinger. H.R. 5495, the Building Resilient Supply Chains Act, and H.R. 5492, the Manufacturing Economy and National Security Act. These bills take crucial steps to stabilize our supply chains by providing financial support to develop, diversify, and expand our domestic supply chains. The Building Resilient Supply Chains Act would establish a Supply Chain Resiliency and Crisis Response Office within the Department of Commerce that would help address shortages of critical goods and services, industrial equipment, and manufacturing technologies. Mr. Zindler, why is it so important for the United States to invest in programs aimed at securing and fortifying our supply chains, especially for clean energy technologies?
Well, to be honest with you, I mean, I'm an energy industry analyst, not a policymaker, so that's really a decision for all of you to make. But I can just sort of tell you the facts, which is that the moment that if the U.S. is going to install roughly 30 gigawatts of solar capacity this year, and I'm guessing 80–90% of it will be imported goods. So, and that market's poised to grow. And so, a question is whether or not U.S. policymakers are that's something you want, or if that's something you would like to adjust. So the reality of it is that for these strategic areas, there is a lot of imported goods that are being installed every year. The one difference I would make is that once you do install the equipment, it's here. It's not like oil that you burn and then it's gone. You have the assets locally. You may have gotten them from abroad, but they end up here permanently.
Thank you, and we appreciate the facts. Representatives Malinowski and Kinzinger and I took important steps in crafting this to try to stabilize our supply chains while strengthening our national and economic security. And during the pandemic, we saw those vulnerabilities. How can a heavy reliance on foreign goods pose a threat to our economic and national security? And how can a greater focus on onshoring clean energy supply chains support national security?
Well, again, I would leave that to all of you ultimately, but realistically, having closer access to the supplies strikes me as a good way to ensure that if you need to continue to manufacture new automobiles that are electric, that you have that stuff locally. If you do everything from the mining to the refining, et cetera, here domestically. But I would just caveat that slightly in saying that I know there's been a lot of talk about energy security and energy independence. To me, it's more about I guess security is probably the better term because we live in a big world in which a lot of the most important energy components and elements we need are in other countries, but a number of those are our friends, and we shouldn't necessarily shut that off in an effort to just have domestic mining or manufacturing for that matter.
And I want to shift to Ms. Brown quickly. First of all, thank you so much for your testimony and talking about the history of those kind of fits and starts and hopes for us moving in this direction. You mentioned, and when Representative Rush was talking, you talked a little bit as well about those communities that historically have been left out. Can you talk about how they will benefit from or contribute to this transition?
Absolutely, and thank you for the question. I think there was with the infrastructure bill that was passed and signed into law yesterday, there's a big climate and resiliency component of that bill, and a lot of equity actually was built into the crafting of that bill, and I think we'll see some direct benefits in the way of transportation and making communities more resilient, and also investment in a lot of these communities, because there is money to drive specific investment to attract businesses to these areas. But I also go back to what I mentioned earlier in terms of Black and Brown communities. The best economic engine and vehicle to getting to the middle class is a union job. And so as we're building out the clean energy economy, we got to make sure that those jobs are union jobs.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back, and I believe that concludes all of the members from either of the subcommittees. Oh, I'm sorry. Virtually? Okay, virtually we've been joined by
I just jumped on, sir.
Representative Mullen from Oklahoma. So Representative,
Yes,
you're
sir.
recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, and I'm sorry about jumping in here just real late, but as you guys can understand it, we're running back and forth. My question is pretty easy, I guess, and I have to follow it up with maybe some follow-up questions. But many people, in this committee would like to see all the fossil fuels done away with as of yesterday. But can someone help explain how natural gas is a necessity or is necessary as a bridge fuel for the transition? And I'll kind of leave that open for whoever wants to grab that question.
I'll jump in first and just note that this great decarbonization we've seen of the power sector has been driven by two factors, which is renewables and by cheap natural gas. And then the fracking revolution, or whatever you want to call it, the technological advances there have contributed enormously to moving us away from coal. We were 40% of our power generation from coal just 10 years ago, and now we're down to about 20%. And gas has played an enormous role in decarbonizing the power sector. That's where we are today. The question is, where do we go in the future? And whether or not you can continue to have that much gas on the system and try and get to some kind of decarbonization goal where you actually address the climate crisis.
It was 10 years ago where we were seeing natural gas as the clean energy. And when you start seeing what's happening in Germany, and as they're transitioning to renewables, you're seeing they also have an increase on their dependency on natural gas to offset it. Because the last time that I checked, we were really having a hard time figuring out how to store renewables and be able to meet high-pitched demands when we are facing peak hours. For instance, in California, the reason why they have rolling blackouts is during peak hours. You see that sometimes solar comes offline, especially in the valley. Solar will come offline around 7, 8 o'clock in the summer when it's still 116 degrees and people are at home, and there's no way to meet that demand if you don't have on-the-demand energy, for instance, natural gas or nuclear. So my question goes back, how do we make that transition without natural gas or nuclear still being part of the portfolio?
So maybe I could address this. When you look at California, the so-called duck curve, we do not have anything else. When we use these intermittent fuel sources or these intermittent technologies, when the sun goes down, and sometimes it's combined not just with losing the sun, but the wind, you need dense, massive power to bring up the power system as we get into nighttime. And there is no alternative other than natural gas or some other alternative fossil fuel. And until we have at scale these alternatives, this is what we're going to have to do.
I want to jump in because I also feel like there's been a kind of repeated mischaracterization of what's gone on in Germany. The reality of in Germany is that they very quickly decided to close all their nuclear power plants. And that is what has created, in my view, the biggest squeeze on the market there and the greater reliance on natural gas and the higher power prices. It has certainly been, they've pushed for renewables for years, but in my view, pretty ill-conceived idea about nuclear is really what triggered the problems there.
Here, when you start looking at what's happening, we're wanting to do away with nuclear too. So if we're trying to end nuclear, then you're going to have natural gas to fill that gap. And so we're running down the exact same path that Germany has, and we're running down it thinking that we're going to have a different result. And I don't see that happening. I see this being the definition of insanity.
Sir, with respect, I agree with you that with 20% of our power is from nuclear energy, and that's zero carbon. And shutting that down would be madness if you want to address climate change. But if you look at the infrastructure, could I just let me finish, please?
Yeah, but
the infrastructure bill
do
includes
you think
$6
that we
billion
should
to keep those nuclear reactors open.
Sir, hold on a second. Reclaiming my time here. I just want to get back to you. So, let's find some common ground here. You agree with me on nuclear. So, do you think we should increase or decrease our nuclear facilities in rather than shutting them down like a lot of people on this committee is wanting to do?
I think, like I said a moment ago, closing the existing nuclear reactors in the United States, if you want to achieve decarbonization, does not make any sense.
Do you think we should open more?
I think it's a technology that should be invested in. And again, if you look at the infrastructure bill, there are billions of dollars to support advanced nuclear reactors.
I appreciate it. I yield back my time. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Brown, I'm informed, I believe, that you need to be released because of schedule.
Yes, I have a 4-year-old who's not interested in supply chains, but is interested in me picking her up from school, so.
Okay. Well, look, we have one more witness, and I'm informed that he has no questions of you. So let me just thank you in advance for the insight you've provided and for the value added you've expressed that unionized steelworkers will bring to the path going forward.
Thank you so much,
Thank you
Chairman.
for your participation today.
Thank you, and thank you for generously excusing me. Thank you.
Okay. All the best to the 4-year-old.
Thank you.
Now we'll recognize, I believe, all of the members of the subcommittees on environment and climate change and energy have been recognized. And so now wave down. We have the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Representative Doyle, Representative Joyce, excuse me. You're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
First, I want to thank you, Chairman Tonka and Chairman Rush, for allowing me to wave on to this joint subcommittee hearing today. I want to thank the witnesses for appearing. As we've heard from many of my colleagues today, America is in the midst of an energy crisis of our own making. Just a year ago, our nation was energy independent. And for the first time since 1952, America was a net energy exporter. Now the Biden administration's policies have allowed American energy and the production of it to falter. And unfortunately, prices are skyrocketing. The president has even resorted to asking OPEC to increase production. On Monday morning at my home in Pennsylvania, there was already snow on the ground. And this week, the lows are in the 20s. Winter is coming, and my constituents need to heat their homes. To do that, they are paying 274% more for natural gas and over 500% more for propane from just a year ago. Americans are now literally paying the price for the Biden administration's failed energy policies. What Americans truly need is affordable and reliable baseload power. If my colleagues across the aisle are committed to clean energy, then we need to invest in clean diesel fuel, nuclear, and hydroelectric power. We need to invest in innovative technologies that take advantage of the energy reserves that are beneath our feet so that we can keep our coal and our much-needed natural gas power lines online. We need to find incentives to industry to improve the grid and develop greater efficiencies instead of punishing them with taxes and penalties. We need to end the war on liquid fuels and recognize the progress that has been made and continues to be made on emission standards. Meanwhile, many of these new proclaimed green energy fixes to our economy are in fact harmful to the environment, through their use of toxins and hazardous chemicals. For example, the batteries in electric vehicles are notoriously dangerous and incredibly difficult to dispose of. Dr. Switzer, my first question is for you. Isn't it true that currently, even when fully discharged, electric vehicle batteries can still have enough electricity remaining in the battery to kill the workers that are handling them?
Thank you for the question. I would say that if it's fully discharged, and I think theoretically it has no electricity remaining. But I think we've also proven that you can scale and handle these batteries safely to recover the valuable elements contained inside.
But the potential of a battery to say that it has been fully discharged and thus have remaining electricity in it could potentially harm the workers who are dealing with those batteries, correct?
I think that there will be, of course, the need for for training on how to handle these batteries safely.
And I think that safety definitely needs to be addressed, given the danger in handling, transporting, and recycling electric vehicle batteries. How will recyclers be paid enough to cover the cost incurred as these batteries become more prolific in the scrapyards?
I think we're working with more and more partners, but with scale, I think we'll tilt things one way, but I also think that it's not necessarily, we don't see it as that we have to be paid to recycle these batteries. We see it actually quite the opposite, such that we'll be returning value to the supply chain because of the value within the battery.
Isn't there a potential of leaching hazardous chemicals from these batteries into our environment?
I think, there's potential if done completely the wrong way, but I think what has been shown by us and by others is that it can actually be done very safely and at very high yields.
Lastly, there seem to be sufficient markets for electric vehicle batteries. How and when will these markets continue to develop?
I think the markets, I think what we'll see is as I mentioned before, is that these end-of-life electric vehicle batteries won't be viewed as liabilities, but rather as assets. And even as Redwood Materials, we'll essentially be competing with others because they'll see value in these, and we'll essentially be competing to return value to the supply chain to get access to these batteries to recycle them.
Currently, I see the value in the resources that are under the feet of my constituents. I see the importance of being able to maintain those energy sources to provide efficient and cost-effective ways for Americans to heat in this upcoming winter. First of all, thank you for your summary answers, and I secondly want to thank Chairman Rush and Chairman Tonka for allowing me to wave on to this important hearing. Thank you, and I yield back.
You're most welcome, Representative Joyce. And that concludes, I believe, the list of colleagues who wanted to question our witnesses. Let me thank our witness panel. You have been great in providing insight and answering questions that will prove useful as we move forward with policy development. So I thank you kindly for all of that commitment and your patience. I remind members that pursuant to committee rules, they have 10 business days by which to submit additional questions for the record to be answered by our witnesses. And I ask only that our witnesses respond promptly to any such questions that you may receive. With that, before we adjourn, I have a request for unanimous consent to enter the following documents into the record. We have a letter from the MP Materials Corporation. We have a letter from the United States Nuclear Industry Council. We have a letter from the National Mining Association. We have a report from the Digital Climate Alliance. We have a report from the Center for American Progress entitled Creating a Domestic U.S. Supply Chain for Clean Energy Technology. We have a report from the Center for Strategic and International Studies entitled Reshore, Reroute, Rebalance, a U.S. Strategy for Clean Energy Supply Chains. I also have a request for a report from CSIS and BloombergNEF entitled Industrial Policy, Trade, and Clean Energy Supply Claims. We have a letter from House Energy and Commerce Republican members to Chairman Pallone. Additionally, we have an article from the Wall Street Journal entitled Germany's Economy Once Europe's Engine is Holding It Back. We have a backgrounder from the Heritage Foundation, the need to examine the life cycles of all energy sources, a closer look at renewable energy disposal. We also include an article from Green Wire entitled Low Pay, Abusive Conditions Rife at Congolese Cobalt Mines. We have a report from the Manhattan Institute entitled Mines, Minerals, and Green Energy, a Reality Check. We have a letter from Energy and Commerce Republican members to Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm. We have a letter from Secretary Granholm to Ranking Member McMorris Rogers. And finally, an article from Yahoo Finance entitled UK Power Prices Soar Above 2,000 Pounds on Low Winds. Without objection, so ordered. And with that, that brings to conclusion our subcommittee's meeting and hearing. And with that, we adjourn.